Chapter 3459. Dark North Godly Technique. Push it to the limit. Hearing this, Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage were shocked. They had just raised their talents. It was clearly very difficult for them to reach the limit. But their young master had a cultivation technique that could push them to the limit. If such a cultivation technique were to spread to the 9 provinces, it would probably cause a bloodbath. This cultivation technique is not suitable for everyone. It's only suitable for those who are about to reach the limit of their talents. Come. Lin Ling was not surprised by their surprise. Following that, his soul power surged out and covered Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage, imparting the Dark North Godly Technique to them. As for Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage, their expressions kept changing. Finally, they looked up with shock in their eyes. Dark North Godly Technique. Through the attacks of others, the energy would surge towards the ultimate desolate body and push it to the limit. There was such a wonderful cultivation technique in this world. At this moment, even a knowledgeable old monster like Do Afterimage could not help but sigh at his own narrow-mindedness. All right, next, I'll help you push it to the limit. Seeing that the two of them were enlightened, Lin Ling nodded and said, Brother, I want it too. Xiaoyu was extremely curious and wanted to stimulate her talent. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. With his eyesight, he still could not see through Xiaoyu's talent. How could he stimulate the Dark North Godly Technique? Furthermore, Xiaoyu was the granddaughter of treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. How could her talent be weak? Lin Ling explained to Xiaoyu, making her obediently stand by the side. Following that, Lin Ling began attacking Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage. Bang! Bang! He controlled his strength well. It was just enough to stimulate the Dark North Godly Technique without harming Remnant Sword and Do Afterimage. Under the constant attacks, Remnant Sword was the first to show signs of a breakthrough. His entire being was stirred up. However, even though Lin Ling controlled it well, the constant attacks still caused Remnant Sword to suffer some injuries. Furthermore, he did not have Lin Ling's insane recovery ability. Hence, Lin Ling could only let him rest. Young master, come and hit me. When it was Do Afterimage's turn, he was lying on the ground with his limbs spread out like a masochist. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He raised his foot and stomped down. Oh, this is great, this is great. Young master, torture me. Do Afterimage immediately let out a satisfied sound, causing Xiaoyu and Remnant Sword to laugh. It was all because of Afterimage. This old man was too wretched. As for Lin Ling, after continuously stomping on the ground, he noticed that Do Afterimage's talent had improved. However, Do Afterimage was also slightly injured. In the end, he retracted his foot. All of you attack me. Next, Lin Ling ordered Savage Sword and the others to attack. Broken Sword didn't dare to attack anymore. In his heart, Lin Ling was his master. How could a slave attack his master? Make your move. You don't have to hold back. Lin Ling knew what they were thinking and said with a smile, My lord, I'm sorry for the offense. Broken Sword didn't dare to disobey Lin Ling's orders and quickly attacked. He had restrained himself in the beginning, causing Lin Ling to feel that his strength was not enough. Therefore, he made the Broken Sword release even more power. In the end, Broken Sword released all his power. However, what made Lin Ling speechless was that even though Broken Sword released all his power, he couldn't activate the Dark North Divine skill. Instead, Broken Sword and Do Afterimage worked together to activate the Dark North Divine skill. However, it would take a long time for the mysterious power to activate the time and space Divine Steel to its limit. In the end, it was because Broken Sword and the others were too weak. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the city governor's mansion. There were many experts there, so they should be able to meet his requirements. Then, Lin Ling brought Xiaoyu and the others to the city governor's mansion. He found Xianxia and told him his purpose. What? You want us to beat you up? When Xianxia heard the news, he was almost scared to death. To him, Lin Ling was a trial taker who could meet Lei Gong directly. How could he, a lowly holy paladin, touch Lin Ling? He couldn't even touch a single hair of his. If senior sister knew, she would kill him on the spot. No, young master, Don't play with me. Xianxia kept waving his hands and saying, Brother Song, don't worry. When you attack me, I will activate the divine skill to take a beating. I will be fine. Moreover, don't underestimate my physical strength. Lin Ling tried to persuade him. No, you can kill me. Anyway, I won't beat you up. Xianxia kept shaking his head like a rattle drum. Lin Ling was speechless. He looked at the guard around him. They were all martial ancestors, so they should be able to activate the Dark North divine skill. Plop! When the guards saw Lin Ling looking at them, their legs turned to jelly. Young master, please spare our lives. Even the city governor didn't dare to beat Lin Ling. How could they have the guts to do so? If they dared to touch a hair on Lin Ling's head today, it was possible that the city lord would kill them tomorrow. Why don't you beat us up? An old man at the middle stage martial ancestor realm said while crying. What? Lin Ling was tongue-tied. He was here to ask for a beating, not to beat someone up. Young master, if you want to be beaten, you can go to Intentionless City. At this time, Xianxia reminded him, Intentionless City has many martial arts clubs. Some experts who are not qualified to enter the academy can cultivate in the martial arts clubs to improve their strength. Young master, you can go there and challenge them. Intentionless City was only 2 ancient cities away from Snow City, so it was not far away. Martial arts clubs? Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Yes, in the final world, there are very few sections. Because of the existence of the academy, sects are not qualified to exist. Therefore, some ancestors who founded sects in the 9 continents can only open martial arts clubs here. However, young master, don't underestimate these martial arts clubs. Many of them are very powerful. Xianxia explained. Sound good? Lin Ling nodded with a smile. In Snow City, ordinary people did not dare to provoke him. Apparently, he could not activate the space-time steel. It was not a bad idea to go to other cities. Seeing Lin Ling nodding, Xianxia shouted, Young master, are you sure you want to go to Intentionless City? Men, inform the army to send young master there. Remember, if you meet someone who doesn't know his place, kill him without mercy. Wait, Lin Ling hurriedly stopped him. If the army followed him, he would not be able to cultivate. He was going there to be beaten, not to beat people. Then, he told Xianxia the reason, but Xianxia was very worried. Don't worry. Although many people want to kill me, the world is so big. If I suddenly leave, they may not know. Lin Ling could not help but comfort him. Most importantly, he knew that after the trip to the Starry Sky Forest, his enemies were greatly weakened. It would be difficult for them to gather experts to kill him in a short period of time. That's the only way. Xianxia nodded. But in fact, he still had to protect Lin Ling secretly. Lin Ling did not know this. After he asked about the whereabouts of Intentionless City, he immediately left Snow City. Chapter 3460. I'm here to challenge the dojo. Xiaoyu and company had stayed in Snow City for a year. Now that they were out, they were naturally overjoyed. This also caused Lin Ling to take 3 days to reach Intentionless City. The city was extremely ancient. It was built with green bricks and glazed tiles. It was beautiful and indeed looked like a city in God's world. There were many people in the city. At a rough glance, there were hundreds of thousands of people. This did not include those that Lin Ling did not see. It was probably a huge city with millions of people. Most importantly, this was only a sub-city. After accompanying Xiaoyu and company for an entire morning and seeing the city's unique features, Lin Ling brought Remnant Sword and company to a dojo in the afternoon. The dojo was called Soaring Feather Dojo. Although it was called a dojo, it was actually an ancient sect. Remnant Sword spent an entire morning investigating. This sect was an immortal sect in Yu State. It had countless disciples and was extremely powerful. However, when an immortal sect came to God's world, they could not establish a sect. They could only name it as a dojo. As for the sect master, he had been here for 50,000 years. It was said that he was once a disciple of the academy. However, his potential was limited, so he could only open a dojo. Not long after, an ancient building made of white jade appeared in front of them. As they could not establish a sect, the dojo was not big. However, there were many people entering and exiting. Furthermore, most of them were young people. Clearly, most of these young people were experts who had been eliminated from the academy. Of course, there were also experts from the academy who came to the dojo to increase their strength. After looking carefully for a moment, Lin Ling brought Xiaoyu and company into the dojo. The dojo was ancient in style. There were many dragon and tiger statues. Furthermore, there was a mysterious Tao emanating from it. As the wind blew, it seemed to bring order to the universe. As the leaves fell, they brought with them the traces of the 9 states. This dojo was indeed extraordinary. Young friend, are you here to learn martial arts? Our Soaring Feather Dojo is most suitable for you. If you encounter any problems with the ultimate desolate body, or problems with the power of ranks, or even bottlenecks in realms, we can help you solve them. At this moment, a man in a loose Taoist robe walked over with a smile. He thought that Lin Ling was here to learn martial arts. You can even learn the power of grades. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but be surprised. If such a dojo was placed in the 9 prefectures, martial artists would definitely fight to enter it. Of course, our sect master, Taoist Feiyu, is a late-stage martial ancestor expert. He has been practicing martial arts for 60,000 years. He has given lectures on how to defy the heavens and change one's fate. There is nothing that he doesn't know. Furthermore, our Taoist Feiyu has been to the underworld before. That man introduced proudly. You only need to pay 1 billion royal crystals, and then you can discuss martial arts here. The man jabbered on endlessly, praising the Feather Flight Martial Arts School to the skies. Lin Ling and Xiaoyu looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Although Lin Ling came to challenge the dojo, he didn't like to casually provoke people, so he smiled and said, "Senior, I'm sorry, but I'm not here to sign up." However, just as he finished speaking, the man's expression changed and became fierce. "You didn't sign up? Do you know where this is? Get lost, get lost." Obviously, he had been so friendly previously because he thought that Lin Ling was here to sign up. Since he wasn't here to learn martial arts, there was no need to be polite to such a person. He could just kick him out. Get lost? Lin Ling immediately frowned. He had wanted to explain his intentions and discuss whether it was appropriate. However, who would have thought that this man would ask him to get lost? Furthermore, after the man had turned around and left, he immediately sent someone to chase Lin Ling away. However, after taking a few steps, Lin Ling's voice came from behind him. "I'm indeed not here to sign up. I'm here to challenge the dojo." Challenge the dojo. As soon as this word was spoken, the entire dojo seemed to fall silent. The man turned around and looked at Lin Ling. His face was filled with shock. Sage stage? Challenge the dojo? He laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with mockery. Challenges were not uncommon in Intentionless City, as there were many dojos competing for powerful cultivators. Naturally, challenges were inevitable, and their Soaring Feather Dojo had been around for many years, so it was not uncommon for them to encounter such situations. However, every person who came to challenge the dojo had their legs broken and thrown out. If not for the strict order in the world of gods, they would have long killed the challengers. Now, a few sages were here to challenge the dojo. Were they trying to make them laugh their heads off? "Junior brother Liu, I'll leave the challenge to you." The man smiled contemptuously and turned to leave. He completely ignored Lin Ling and company. "Challenge? You sure have guts. Let me tell you, if we were in the 9 states, I would have wiped out your entire family. Now, I won't kill you, but I will definitely cripple your legs." The expert, named Junior Brother Liu, rushed out of the Grand Hall. He had the strength of a peak Sage Stage expert and a 2nd grade ultimate desolate body. He grabbed at Lin Ling with his large hand. The power of his cultivation level was extremely powerful, and there were a large number of experts in the Grand Hall. They first smiled, then looked at the ancient Zen word and began cultivating again. They did not even have the thought of taking another look at Lin Ling. This was because they knew that such a kid would definitely be crippled and thrown out of the dojo. However, to cripple Lin Ling at the Sage Stage, That seemed like wishful thinking. Lin Ling shook his head. He looked at junior brother Liu and punched out. Rumble. There was an explosion as the void exploded. A figure flew backward along the ground, smashing through countless stone sculptures before finally crashing into the dojo. Pwah! A mouthful of blood spewed out. It was junior brother Liu. He pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to say something, but he fainted immediately. If we were in the 9 states, you would have died if you dared to attack me. At the same time, a few figures walked into the Grand Hall from outside. As for the experts in the Grand Hall, they were all dumbfounded. They were really here to challenge the dojo, and they were sages. Instantly, the Grand Hall fell silent. Everyone seemed to be in a dream because a sage stage expert had come to challenge the dojo. This was too unbelievable for them. Moreover, this was also a humiliation to the Flying Feather Martial Hall. Kid, what are you trying to do? Those experts who were surrounding the Zen word all let out low voices. They were quiet and motionless like immovable wisdom kings. However, their auras were like high mountains and flowing water with a touch of Tao. After they spoke, the entire Grand Hall became oppressive. However, Lin Ling smiled and walked forward. He came to the front of those experts and stared at the Zen word on the ground. He could see that this word seemed simple, but in fact, it was mixed with the order of martial arts. When a martial artist visualized the Zen word, it could greatly increase their strength. Presumably, this mysterious word was left behind by the experts of the Flying Feather Martial Hall. Bang! Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped down hard. The ground cracked, and the seemingly ordinary word was immediately trampled into pieces. I said, I'm here to challenge the dojo. This stomp caused the Grand Hall to become even more silent. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling once again stated his purpose for coming here. Boom! Chapter 3461. It shouldn't be difficult to beat you up. As for the people surrounding the Zen character, they remained seated, but their bodies were trembling. They stared at the broken ground, their hearts bleeding. That was because the seemingly simple word was priceless. Do you know what you're doing? Yes. At the same time, all the powerhouses raised their heads and looked at Lin Ling coldly. Everyone knew that the arrogant young man was in trouble. Boom, boom. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, multicolored flames erupted. Within the flames, figures flew out one after another, smashing into the hard walls. Then, they powerlessly slid down. Cracks appeared on the walls as well. If the attacker had not shown mercy, the entire Soaring Feather Martial Arts Hall would have been destroyed by that attack. Those who flew out were the same powerhouses from before, and none of them were left. Everyone knew that there were early-stage martial progenitors among the experts. Everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty and looked at the center of the hall. There, a man in a blue robe stood upright like a pine tree. At the same time, his calm voice drifted into everyone's ears like the wind. Do you not understand the word challenge? Or did I not make it clear enough? Yes. Everyone was so angry that their teeth were itching, as if they had been severely humiliated. However, Lin Ling's strength was so strong that they could not do anything. Bastard, this guy is lawless. Does he think that there is no one in the Feiyu Martial Club? If someone like him was in Jiuzhou, he would have been killed long ago. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. They spoke one after another. They did not expect that Lin Ling did not want to challenge the Feiyu Martial Club so brazenly. He wanted to negotiate with the Feiyu Martial Club, but the Feiyu Martial Club saw that he was not there to learn martial arts and immediately chased him away. This was obviously not directed at Lin Ling, but at the rules of the Feiyu Martial Club. However, since the other party followed the rules of the Feiyu Martial Club, Lin Ling would naturally obey them and openly challenge them. Teacher. Suddenly, everyone glanced in the same direction and saw a few figures slowly walking into the hall through a door. The one leading them was an intermediate martial progenitor realm expert, Taoist Heavenly Feather. This was clearly an elder of the Soaring Feather Martial Dojo, and his strength was not weak at all. That person looked to be in his 40s. He was tall and sturdy, and had a majestic aura that could crush one's soul. He carried a sword on his back and wore a green robe. His steps were not fast, but they seemed to carry the rhythm of heaven and earth within them. Seeing this, everyone saluted. Lin Ling looked over as well. He had finally seen an expert. He had long known that for the Feiyu martial arts house to be located in Intentionless City, they must be quite capable. However, other than the teachers here, the others were very ordinary and couldn't be compared to the Wind Snow Academy. Although his cultivation level was about the same as Zhuang Yanming and the rest, his talent was still slightly weaker. Some of them were even existences with desolate bodies. It was no wonder they could not enter the school. "Kid, where are your elders?" Taoist Heavenly Feather looked calmly at Lin Ling. His face was calm as usual. It was obvious that he was used to this. "I don't have any elders. I'm alone. You can send your experts to challenge me," Lin Ling said calmly. "You should know that the price of failing to challenge the dojo is very high. Although you won't die, you might be crippled," Taoist Heavenly Feather said again. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with a fierce aura. It was obvious that even if Lin Ling gave up on challenging the dojo, he would not let Lin Ling leave in peace. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. However, he did not mind and smiled. Seeing Lin Ling smile, Taoist Heavenly Feather said again, "It seems like you don't know how many experts we have in the Soaring Feather Martial Arts House. Men, according to the rules of the dojo, challenge him." With a loud shout, even more powerhouses walked out of the door. These people were all disciples of the dojo. Their strength was between the peak of the Sage Realm and the Rank 1 Martial Ancestor Realm. Their talents were also more powerful than the previous challengers. They all possessed the ultimate second-grade desolate body. Of course, although their talents were not weak, their potential was average. Perhaps they would reach their limit after 1 or 2 grades. "Senior brother Shan is here." "That's great. He's back." "That's senior brother Hao Nan, the #1 genius in Yuzhou 3,000 years ago." "Ah, the experts of the Soaring Feather Martial Arts House are back. This kid is dead meat." Looking at those experts, everyone became happy. Lin Ling smiled and said calmly, "These people are barely enough to satisfy me." He was here to stimulate his talent. The stronger his opponents were, the more advantageous it would be for him. Furthermore, their strength could not exceed Lin Ling's tolerance. Therefore, the people in front of him were just right. Ha ha ha. At the thought of this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh heartily. As his laughter echoed, the hall fell silent. Everyone was tongue-tied. They thought that Lin Ling would be afraid with the return of their senior brother. Even if he was not afraid, it would be as if he was facing a great enemy, who knew that Lin Ling was even happier than them. Taoist Heavenly Feather's face darkened. However, due to seniority, he could not make a move. He could only watch as his disciple taught Lin Ling a lesson. "You are here to challenge us, Sage Realm?" The senior brothers who walked in looked at Lin Ling indifferently. "I've already said this 3 times. Lin Ling looked at that person. That person's strength was barely enough for Lin Ling's eyes. He nodded and said, "To put it nicely, I'm here to challenge you. To put it bluntly, I'm here to beat you up. Since you dare to open a martial arts house here, you have to accept the challenges of others. If you can't even defeat the challengers, you'd better go home and plant sweet potatoes." His words were fearless, frivolous, and arrogant. Those senior brothers who had just walked in were also enraged at this moment. "Beat us up? A Sage Realm cultivator dares to beat us up? It's you, son of the demon." Furthermore, someone recognized Lin Ling, son of the demon. "What's that? I think I've heard of him. He seems to be very famous in the 9 prefectures." "Fuck, do you think that just because you're strong in the 9 prefectures, you can do whatever you want in the final world?" Many people immediately reacted. "I see." The man named Senior Brother Haonan walked out. "I've been away for 3 days, but I'm looking at you in a different light. Son of the demon Lin Ling, I know you are from the God Destruction Alliance. Your strength is not bad, but this is the final world. Your bit of strength is nothing in the final world." Clearly, he wanted to be the first to challenge Lin Ling. He had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that his talent was extremely strange and varied. However, He did not care, because he had a second-grade ultimate desolate body. In front of a powerful ultimate desolate body, everything was futile. My strength is not as powerful as the rumors say, but it shouldn't be difficult to beat you up. Lin Ling also took a step forward as his aura emanated. He knew that it was difficult to activate the Dark North Divine technique alone. Therefore, he had to incite the anger of these people. And in fact, the anger of the crowd was like adding oil to a fire. It shouldn't be difficult to beat you up. Chapter 3462. His anger was pushed to the limit. Inferno Fiend Body. Senior Brother Haonan had never suffered such humiliation before. His aura was like a raging inferno as it surged out. Raging sand and raging flames erupted at this moment. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the Inferno God Body. Speaking of which, the Inferno God Body was of the same lineage as the Inferno God, Lin Ling, cultivated in the past. Pung. Endless raging winds howled, sweeping up waves of sand that protected Senior Brother Haonan. Most importantly, it was the fiery sand. A palm rushed out from the raging winds, suppressing Lin Ling. This immediately caused the hall to erupt into cheers. A second-grade ultimate desolate body could dominate any place in the 9 prefectures. One of the 100 great bloodlines? No wonder you can't even enter the academy. Not only are you old, but your talent and potential are limited. Such a bloodline can only dominate the 9 prefectures. The final world is not suitable for you. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he said, nonchalantly. In the past, one of the 100 great bloodlines was a very rare talent for him. But now, one of the 100 great bloodlines could hardly catch his eye. All the experts he encountered were enveloped in divine light, as though they were the descendants of true gods. Pung. The void burned before it was shattered by the fiery sand. A palm struck Lin Ling, causing a terrifying fiery sandstorm to sweep out. However, the martial arts dojo immediately activated a powerful array to block the impact, but the flying feather martial arts dojo also swayed a little. How powerful! Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He can't even withstand a single blow. Senior Brother Haonan stood in front of Lin Ling. He was surprised that his attack had succeeded, but in front of him, a temperature that was even hotter than his flames emanated. I should be the one saying that to you. Looking up, Lin Ling was standing there with colorful flames burning around him. It was the space-time fire. Furthermore, it was a 4th-grade space-time fire. This was not something Senior Brother Haonan could withstand. Even if he stood there and allowed Lin Ling to hit him, he would not be able to do anything to him. And at this moment, a palm reached out from the void and grabbed Senior Brother Haonan's neck before smashing him to the ground. Rumble. A force even more terrifying than before erupted. Previously, when Senior Brother Haonan attacked, the Flying Feather Martial School was slightly shaken, but now it was 30% shaken. The colorful flames were like fireflies as they scattered in all directions. After they scattered, people saw a figure sitting there drinking wine. The person sitting there was Senior Brother Haonan. At this moment, he was in a very sorry state. His hair was a mess, his face was covered in blood, and who knew how many teeth he had lost? His face was filled with fear. Obviously, Lin Ling was holding back. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. Sai, is your Flying Feather Martial School a gathering place of trash? This guy who can only make a chair is actually your senior brother? Are you blind, or am I blind? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted over. His words were incomparably arrogant, as if he was trampling on everyone's self-esteem. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was indeed strong, but he shouldn't be too arrogant. You should be the teacher of the Flying Feather Martial School, right? No wonder you're so bad. I came here to discuss some things with you out of goodwill, but you told me to scram. Now, don't you think it's a sad thing to tell someone who's so much stronger than you to scram? And now, even your senior brother has been defeated. Don't you feel ashamed? Or are you born with thick skin? Sigh. Ignoring the angry disciples, Lin Ling looked at the teacher again. He spoke slowly as if he was talking about something very normal. Taoist Heavenly Feather was stunned and almost wanted to kill Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling was mocking him after mocking his disciples. This was too much. If not for the fact that he had scruples about the world order and the rules of the martial school, he would have attacked long ago. The son of the devil, the son of the devil. This was simply a great devil. What happened? Taoist Heavenly Feather obviously couldn't do anything. However, the savior of the Flying Feather Martial School had finally appeared. This person was the strongest disciple of the Flying Feather Martial School. He came from the Fu Hang Manor and was a genius that was heavily nurtured by the forces of the 9 states. Under countless gazes, a handsome young man walked in from the main door with a few beautiful ladies in his arms. However, the scene in the main hall shocked him. Senior brother Lin Jingyu. When the surrounding people saw him, they quickly shouted and told him everything that had happened. As for the handsome young man, he was smiling at first, but his face gradually darkened. Challenge? And beat up all his junior brothers until they didn't dare to speak? Most importantly, this person was the son of the devil. He was a genius nurtured by the Fu Hang Manor, so he naturally knew who the son of the devil was. And this was exactly what he wanted, because he knew how much the Fu Hang Manor wanted to kill Lin Ling. Although this was the final world, and there were deities here, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. But it shouldn't be a problem to cripple Lin Ling. Son of the devil. Lin Jingyu raised his head and smiled at Lin Ling. However, his smile was somewhat cold. Senior brother Jingyu, stomp him to death. Cheers immediately came from the surroundings. The strongest disciple of the Flying Feather Martial School was about to fight. One had to know that when the experts of the Flying Feather Martial School were not around, senior brother Lin Jingyu would guide them on behalf of their teacher. In other words, Lin Jingyu could be considered half a teacher. How could the son of the devil be a match for a teacher-level person teaching the son of the devil a lesson? Lin Ling also looked at Lin Jingyu. His 10,000 demonic eyes instantly saw through his strength. Second-level martial ancestor realm, 3rd grade ultimate desolate body. This strength was not bad. Lin Jingyu originally wanted to tell Lin Ling about the 9 states and the Fu Hang Manor, but Lin Ling was faster than him. You are the strongest disciple of the Flying Feather Martial School? How disappointing, hugging a beauty in each hand. Are you trying to prove how popular you are? On the path of martial arts, you have not even seen through the inner demon of lust. I really don't understand how you came to the final world. Let me remind you, you can go into seclusion in the universal void for 1,000 years. When you come out, everything will be meaningless in your heart. You will know that lust is nothing. What? Lin Jingyu was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. This was because Lin Ling was giving Lin Jingyu pointers. As the #1 genius of the Flying Feather Martial School, Lin Jingyu was usually the one giving pointers to others. Regardless of how calm Lin Jingyu's temperament was, he could not hold himself back after hearing those words. Enough! He roared furiously. I don't care why you are here, and I don't care what kind of background you have, but everyone has a reverse scale. You challenged the school the moment you arrived, defeated my junior brothers, and even sat on their bodies to drink. How can I tolerate this? You humiliated my seniors as soon as you arrived, causing them to be unable to vent their anger. How can I tolerate this? You scolded me as soon as you arrived in front of my lover. How can I tolerate this? Even if you're the son of the devil whose name resounds throughout the 9 states, I still have to teach you a lesson today. Everyone has their own pride. Chapter 3463. Frivolous and unruly. The entire hall seemed to have become illusionary, gorgeous, and colorful. Birth of all creations, return to origin. In the hall, everyone's heart calmed down. Other than them, everything returned to its initial state. The lush grass quietly returned to its initial state. The gorgeous flowers quietly returned to their budding state. It was extremely magical, free and unfettered God. The teacher smiled. He knew that this was the bloodline of a free and unfettered God from the era of gods. This free and unfettered God was recorded in the classics as being invincible. He could save the world and borrow people from the underworld. He could be said to be an omnipotent existence, and this free and unfettered God had traveled all over the world. It was said that he had even left this world. From the perspective of mortals like them, the free and unfettered God was the divine doctor among the gods. However, he did not only heal mortals, but gods as well. What a strange talent. It gives me the feeling that there is soul power, but it is also enveloped by the light of gods. Everything about me seems to be sealed, returning to its initial state, especially the realm-devouring beast talent. It feels like it is in a deep slumber. Lin Ling was still sitting on senior brother Haonan's lap, drinking wine casually. However, he was a little surprised. This was because the powerful talents he had seen were mostly offensive. However, this person's talent was more about influencing the opponent. Looking at the white world in front of him again, Lin Ling could only vaguely see a little of it, but not everything. This also meant that although Lin Jingyu's ultimate desolate body was only a third-grade one, its potential was not weak. Unfortunately, its attack power is a little weak. After a moment of investigation, Lin Ling shook his head. Although his realm-devouring beast talent was sealed, he had more than one powerful talent. Hiding in the white clouds, Lin Ling was ready to make his move. His soul power spread out, fusing with his talents and quietly transforming. However, because the realm-devouring beast was sealed, he fused with the double dragon talent. His speed instantly approached 500 world speed. Without the realm-devouring beast talent, his speed was slower than usual. However, finding Lin Jingyu was obviously not difficult. Lin Ling grabbed out with his hand, and it was as if he was looking for a wisp of duckweed in the boundless world. Even if the Grand Tao was boundless, it seemed to be unable to escape Lin Ling's eyes. His speed was too fast. His soul power was too strong. As long as he could find a trace, he would be able to catch Lin Jingyu in this strange world. At this moment, Lin Jingyu was invisible. He had turned into a white cloud in this world. However, an arm appeared out of nowhere as if it wanted to break his world. What? Lin Jingyu was shocked. Impossible. How could this be? He was a second-layer martial progenitor. Furthermore, he was no ordinary martial progenitor. He was comparable to the top geniuses of the academy. However, the son of the devil actually found him. Bang! The palm reached out as if it had grasped an invisible great Tao. But at that moment, Lin Ling appeared. His arm was grabbed by Lin Ling. This caused his expression to change tremendously. He tried to break free, but he realized that it was a dragon claw grabbing onto his arm, preventing him from doing so. Meanwhile, a demonic figure appeared among the clouds. Upon taking a closer look, it was a monster that resembled both a dragon and a human. The appearance of such a monster in the magnificent cloud world was as if a demonic god had appeared among the peaceful heavens and earth. Your talent is still lacking in strength. It's fine if you can influence your opponent, but if you can't, that's all you've got. Kid, don't rely too much on your talent. Your foundation is important too. Lin Ling's hoarse voice could be heard, causing Lin Jingyu to clench his teeth in anger. Even now, this guy still did not forget to scold him. You mentioned that you have your pride, but in my opinion, that's all you've got. What pride do you have? You've lost. Bang! Lin Ling clenched his other claw into a fist and threw a powerful punch at Lin Jingyu's chest. With the strength of his flesh and the 5 dantians, even his second-layer martial progenitor would not be able to resist the punch. Rumble. The magnificent world instantly shattered like glass. A figure flew out and smashed into the wall of the main hall, causing cracks to appear on the wall, following which the figure slid down powerlessly. Lin Jingyu spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to stand up. He was unwilling to give up, but in the next moment, a powerful force engulfed his entire body. With a plop, he finally collapsed and fainted. He believed that he was a genius nurtured by Fu Hang Manor and that it would not be difficult for him to defeat Lin Ling. However, if he knew what had happened in the Starry Sky Forest, he would not have such confidence. In the Starry Sky Forest, their Fu Hang Manor was completely annihilated. However, because of this, only 2 people knew what had happened in the Starry Sky Forest. They were Duan Wuhin and Ningbo Tao. They would not reveal what had happened in the Starry Sky Forest. At this moment, Lin Ling returned to his original form, and a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that this challenge had not only stimulated one's talent, it had also allowed him to witness an even more powerful ultimate desolate body. Senior Brother Jingyu. After a short moment of silence in the main hall, horrified voices could be heard. Even their soaring, feathered martial house's senior brother had been defeated. Furthermore, the person who had defeated him was only at the Sage Realm. A sense of horror spread through everyone's hearts. Even Taoist Heavenly Feather's body trembled at this moment. He did not find it strange that the son of the demon had defeated an ordinary martial ancestor. However, he had defeated Lin Jingyu, who had an ultimate third-grade desolate body. If that was the case, no one in the soaring feather martial house could stop the son of the demon. He was defeated just like that. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice could be heard. What a disappointment. Could he be faking it? I knew it. A guy who is obsessed with women has no dignity. When he encounters a small setback, all he can do is pretend to be dead and escape. Sigh. How can such a person talk about martial arts? His voice was still filled with disdain and frivolity. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but when they heard his arrogant words, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. They had lost, and it was already embarrassing. However, the son of the demon was adding insult to injury. Damn it! What nonsense are you talking about? Senior Brother Jingyu was not faking it. Didn't you see him vomit blood? He vomited 3 meters away. Furthermore, with Senior Brother Jingyu's character, as long as he could not beat him, he would immediately beg for mercy. It was impossible for him to pretend to be dead. Someone said angrily. Clearly, he was so angry at Lin Ling that he was about to cry. Shut up. However, the person next to him immediately slapped him. Can your mouth talk? How can Senior Brother Jingyu be someone who would easily beg for mercy? Aren't you mocking Senior Brother Jingyu for bullying the weak and fearing the strong? But I can't watch him humiliate Senior Brother Jingyu. The person who was slapped said innocently. He did not know that his words were the greatest humiliation. As for Xiaoyu and company, they were watching and could not help but laugh. Chapter 3464. What a great humiliation. Enough. Is this the feathery dojo? You're all a bunch of trash with weak strength. You'd better go home and farm. At this time, Lin Ling stopped these people from talking too much. Then, Lin Ling smiled faintly. If you're not as strong as others, then you should obediently kneel down and call me Big Brother. I hate people like you the most. You're weak, but stubborn. You won't accept it even if I talk to you. Submit? Submit my ass. Everyone almost roared in anger. Lin Ling had defeated them. If he had a bit of grace, they would be wholeheartedly convinced. But what about Lin Ling? After defeating them, he was arrogant and trampling on them. How could they be convinced? They were all martial artists with dignity. How about this? I don't like to bully people, so I'll give you a chance. Lin Ling spoke again. None of you are my match in a one-on-one battle. I will also end up being labeled as someone who bullies the weak. So why don't you join forces? Perhaps you will still have a chance. Of course, it's also very slim. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Ling finally revealed his purpose. However, as soon as he said that, the Flying Feather Martial Dojo went into an uproar. Don't like to bully others? Do you think you haven't bullied me enough? Furthermore, there was still a chance if they worked together, but it was very slim. This was looking down on him too much. The senior called Taoist Heavenly Feather was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Flying Feather Martial House had a history of 10,000 years in Intentionless City. It was not that they had never met arrogant people, but it was the first time they had met someone as arrogant as Lin Ling. Come on, use your full strength. I'll just stand here and let you attack me. If you can force me to take a step back, I'll immediately apologize and never step into this place again. Therefore, you must use your full strength. Moreover, this will also allow you to experience the gap between the strong and the weak. It will also be helpful for your martial arts journey. Lin Ling said slowly, ignoring everyone's anger. Take a step back. There are so many of us. Even if you're a true martial god, you won't be able to stop us. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. An evil fire erupted in everyone's heart. They had the urge to chop the Devil Son into pieces because he was too much of a bully. Seeing this, Lin Ling waved at the crowd. Actually, it's very simple. I just look down on you. Come on, go. Taoist Heavenly Feather was the first to roar. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He was so angered by the son of Devil that he almost went mad. Kill him. Everyone worked together. Everyone's anger had reached its peak. This made Xiaoyu and the others a little worried. They were afraid that Lin Ling had gone too far. However, Lin Ling's eyes shone brightly. He had prepared so much just to let this group of people's anger reach its peak. Only then would they be able to display extraordinary strength. After all, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat this group of people. The difficult part was to let them erupt with 120% of their strength. Lin Ling had also evaluated this strength. It wouldn't be good if it was weaker, and it would be beyond Lin Ling's limit if it was stronger. Therefore, the current situation was just right. Rumble. In the main hall, all kinds of great power and talent power bombarded Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling immediately activated the dark North Godly Art and used his body to resist the power. He stood straight like a pine tree. His body was strong, and his defense was terrifying. All kinds of power rushed into his body, but most of it was blocked by his strong defense. The remaining power poured into the dark North Godly Art. In Lin Ling's body, a thin, eggshell-like power appeared. It absorbed the external power and formed another kind of mysterious power that poured into the space-time divine steel. This power was very similar to the one that Emperor Gajanggang had given to Lin Ling. Rumble. In just a moment, Lin Ling's space-time divine steel had reached the 4th grade. The power of time, space, and fire had also reached the limit. The space-time divine I had finally recovered to its peak state. Fire and lightning appeared in his eyes. Lin Ling's hair danced wildly. Colorful flames appeared in his eyes. He only needed to look, and the space-time divine steel would immediately suppress him. However, he didn't attack. He wanted to fully activate the space-time divine steel's potential. Who told you to be arrogant? Die. At this moment, the eyes of the experts of the Flying Feather Martial sect were red. They worked together to attack Lin Ling, but what surprised them was that Lin Ling was like a stone pillar, not moving at all. Their ferocious boundary energies hit Lin Ling's body as if they hit the sea, disappearing without a trace. This made everyone so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Too weak, too weak. Did you guys not eat? Or are you all like that senior brother Jingyu? Are you all pussies? On the contrary, Lin Ling's body was dripping with pleasure. He couldn't help but roar. Fuck, a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Everyone was already depressed. When they saw Lin Ling pushing his luck, they were so angry that their hair stood on end. Not to mention that they were men. Even if they were women, they would have lost their minds at this moment. Disciples, use all your skills and talents. You must smash this kid to the ground. If you succeed today, all your tuition fees will be waived. Moreover, the martial arts school will have other rewards. Taoist Heavenly Feather roared. His eyes were filled with anger, as if he was about to devour someone. Today, the son of Demon had humiliated their Flying Feather Martial sect to the extreme. Now, if all the disciples couldn't suppress the son of Demon, then would there still be a place for the Flying Feather Martial sect to stay in Intentionless City? If this matter were to spread, people would laugh their heads off. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and their morale was like a flame. However, their strongest disciple had been defeated by Lin Ling. Even if they joined forces, their strength was limited. They couldn't be compared to those experts from the Snow Wind Academy. After fighting for a full 2 hours, Lin Ling was getting more and more energetic. The potential of the space-time divine steel was constantly stimulated, and it was moving towards the 5th grade. Looking at the experts from the Flying Feather Martial sect, they were all sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and their boundary essence was almost exhausted. Some even sat down cross-legged to recover. Could this guy be made of King Kong? If we join forces, we could destroy 10,000 worlds and sweep through the 9 states. But he didn't even take a step back. Is he still human? The people from the Flying Feather Martial sect said weakly. At this moment, they didn't look angry at all. They even had difficulty speaking as they panted heavily. They stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of fear. They were the ones who attacked, but the one who was being beaten wasn't afraid. Instead, they were the ones who attacked. What kind of situation was this? You guys, use more strength. Didn't you eat? Trash, you disappoint me. I beg you, use more strength. You only need to hold on for an hour. Help me. When Lin Ling saw that the energy entering his body was getting weaker and weaker, he couldn't help but feel anxious. However, no one dared to look at him. They fell to the ground in a mess, turning a deaf ear to Lin Ling's arrogant provocation. Chapter 3465. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio, his name shook in tensionless city. Heavens! Taoist Heavenly Feather's face was as red as an eggplant. He had practiced martial arts for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time he had encountered such humiliation. In his opinion, Lin Ling's request for help was actually a disguised form of humiliation. However, he had wronged Lin Ling because Lin Ling was really asking for their help. His space-time divine steel was only a thin film away from the 5th grade. However, the disciples of Feather Martial Arts Dojo were out of energy again. So I forget it. Let's leave it at that for today. I'll come again tomorrow to ask for more advice. Lin Ling knew that there was no point in continuing, so he sighed and left. Again, everyone was celebrating the departure of the son of the demon, but when they heard the last sentence, they all panicked. The humiliation was not over yet. Another round tomorrow? However, no matter how unwilling they were, Lin Ling appeared again the next day and made a ruckus. The strong fighters were so angry that their hair stood on end, and they bombarded Lin Ling again. However, it was to no avail. This went on for 3 days. In the end, no matter how much Lin Ling mocked them, they ignored him. You want to see the gods with your looks? Even the gods don't want you if you stand guard for them. Bring out some fighting spirit. Martial artists, the more you fight, the braver you get. Take life and death lightly, and fight if you're not convinced. That's what a martial artist is like. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. You're so ugly, and you're so weak. You're the ultimate humiliation of the world. Seeing that everyone was like mud, Lin Ling's words became more and more cunning. Fuck, what a venomous mouth. Although I'm angry, no matter what you say, I won't fight anymore. However, all the strong fighters had lost their will to resist. They were indeed like mud, and even their martial arts hearts were traumatized. As for Lin Ling, he was extremely regretful because other than the first round of attacks, the second and third times were weak. This caused the space-time divine steel to always be a hair's breadth away from the final limit. Forget it, I'll come again tomorrow. I hope you'll think about it tonight. Lin Ling had no choice but to leave. Big brother, please don't come. Even if you come, we won't do anything. Please spare us. That's right. I've been practicing martial arts for so long, and I've never been afraid of anything. But now, I finally know what fear is. Why don't you go to another martial arts club? Look at Taoist Heavenly Feather. He hasn't appeared in 3 days. I heard that he's hiding in his home and doesn't dare to come out. Our dojo underestimated you once, but you trampled on our dojo for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone cried and said, that won't do. On the path of martial arts, there's no such thing as giving up halfway. Moreover, our cooperation is quite comfortable. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. Comfortable? Everyone's eyes became even more moist. The son of the devil was comfortable, but they were having a hard time. Because of this, many people were planning to leave the dojo. Little ancestor, grandpa, if you really want a sparring partner, you can go to other dojos. If you continue to challenge them, they won't dare to do anything. This won't achieve the effect you want. Look at them. At this time, a sullen voice was heard. It was Taoist Heavenly Feather. He was too ashamed to face Lin Ling, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He pointed at the disciples of the dojo and said. Lin Ling's gaze swept across them, and only then did he realize that all the experts of the Soaring Feather Dojo looked dispirited. Some of them were lying straight on their beds, as if they had seen through life and death. If you want me to fight, I won't fight. You can kill me. Lin Ling couldn't help but ponder because the truth was the same as what Taoist Heavenly Feather had said. He couldn't stay in Intentionless City for long. Moreover, after fighting with these people for 3 days, he was a little tired. If that's the case, then forget it. I'll go to another dojo. Lin Ling finally made up his mind and turned to leave. Seeing Lin Ling's slender figure disappear, everyone was stunned. After a while, they finally wiped away their tears and let out a hearty laugh. The son of the devil is finally gone. That's great, that's great. He's simply the great Devil King. I hope he goes to other dojos. Senior Heavenly Feather, he's gone. He's finally gone. Some excited people even pounced on Taoist Heavenly Feather and hugged him. Taoist Heavenly Feather's tears flowed down his face as he nodded and said with relief, He's gone. He's gone. These ancestors have shown themselves. The Soaring Feather Dojo had been here for tens of thousands of years and had seen all kinds of storms. However, at this moment, Taoist Heavenly Feather had a feeling that the Soaring Feather Dojo had just survived a great calamity. The next day, Lin Ling brought Xiaoyu and the rest to another dojo. This dojo was called the Demon Slayer Dojo. Just like the Soaring Feather Dojo, when they found out that Lin Ling was not here to learn martial arts, their attitude was extremely bad. Lin Ling did not give them any face and directly shouted, Trash, I'm here to challenge your dojo. When it comes to martial arts, I'm sorry, but everyone here is trash. What? No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Don't be surprised. After seeing me, you'll suddenly realize that strength can be so concrete. Lin Ling was indifferent and continued to provoke them. Bastard. Fight him. However, the dojo's experts took turns to fight, but they were all defeated by Lin Ling. With your strength, I have 100 ways to defeat you, but you can't do anything. So you should join forces. This is your only chance. After Lin Ling defeated all the disciples of the dojo, his momentum became even more arrogant. Without any suspense, the disciples of the dojo were furious and joined forces to fight Lin Ling. Xiaoyu and the rest were watching and could not help but chuckle. They did not expect Lin Ling to have the potential to be a villain. As for the result of joining forces, it was just as Lin Ling had guessed. No one could shake Lin Ling. Instead, Lin Ling's space-time divine steel was constantly activated. However, this final threshold was actually more difficult than Lin Ling had imagined. This also meant that any talent had its limits. If one wanted to surpass the limits, they would have to put in a lot of effort. However, Lin Ling was not in a hurry. There were many dojos in Intentionless City. Sooner or later, he would be able to break through his talent. However, what made Lin Ling depressed was that the Demon Slayer Dojo surrendered the next day. They had even less fighting spirit than the Soaring Feather Dojo. Moreover, when Lin Ling went over early in the morning, he saw countless disciples kneeling down. Trash. Moreover, no matter how Lin Ling provoked them, these people were like mud. They did not even have the courage to raise their heads to look at Lin Ling, let alone fight. We're trash. We're trash. Ancestor Grandpa, we've heard about the Soaring Feather Dojo. Please go and destroy the other dojos. The dojo master cried. With his strength, he was naturally not afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was here to challenge the disciples, and none of them were a match for Lin Ling. Therefore, he was extremely helpless. Trash. Chapter 3466. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, a breakthrough in talent. That's right, we are trash. The Slay Demon Martial Arts Dojo was indeed thick-skinned. They laughed bitterly as they endured Lin Ling's sarcasm. However, after Lin Ling left, they all felt as if they had just survived a calamity. The son of the devil, that's the son of the devil, the great demon king of the God Slayer Alliance. How terrifying. Such a devil has entered the gods' world. Why didn't the gods punish him? No matter what, he's finally gone. We're much luckier than Feiyu Martial Arts Dojo. I heard that they were tortured for 3 days and 3 nights. Luckily, we surrendered quickly. I'm looking forward to seeing him wreak havoc on the other martial arts dojos. Haha! The disciples of the Slay Demon Martial Arts Dojo, who had a bitter face a moment ago, were gloating in the next moment. That was because the martial arts dojos in Intentionless City were all enemies. They were naturally happy to see Lin Ling wreak havoc on the other martial arts dojos. The Son of the Devil's name had spread throughout the entire Intentionless City. As more and more martial arts dojos were being challenged, the various martial arts dojos were in a state of panic. Of course, there were some who did not believe that the Son of the Devil was so powerful. The Son of the Devil is here? A martial arts practitioner from Jojo dares to be so arrogant? So what? None of our martial arts dojos are his match. I suspect that he's already a student of the 36 College. You guys are really trash. If you can't win individually, why don't you guys gang up on him? Don't your disciples have any self-respect? Your Excellency, it's easy for you to say that. After the Son of the Devil arrogantly defeated all of our disciples, he was besieged by them. But what's the use? He just stood there and didn't move. Our disciples couldn't defeat him. So powerful. The news continued to spread through the streets and alleys, shocking Intentionless City. For a moment, some of the old monsters in Intentionless City could not sit still. Although Intentionless City was a secondary city, they were still an ancient city under the gods. How could they allow someone to behave so arrogantly here? The city lord, especially, was furious. The Son of the Devil dared to behave so atrociously in his territory? Lord City Lord, the Sun definitely can't be allowed to leave. However, after the City Lord's mansion received the news, someone also came to pay a visit. This group of people wasn't weak at all, and they were led by a handsome young man. Moreover, they'd even produced the Duan clan's identity token, and this caused the city governor to personally receive them. Several figures were already waiting in front of the gate of the City Lord mansion. When the City Lord came out, an indifferent voice was heard. City Lord, I'm Duan Yun, and I happened to pass by here. After I heard the news, I came to help you on behalf of the Duan family. The young man in the lead had his hands behind his back as he spoke indifferently. Although he was young, he had the aura of a superior. Duan Yun, if Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize him. These were not the youths of the Duan clan who had been with Long Yang and wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson in Snow-Blowing City. It was just that at that time, they were all thrown out of Snow-Blowing City by the City Lord's guards, which made the Duan clan lose face. As for this matter, Duan Yun still couldn't understand. However, if Lin Ling was hiding in Snow-Blowing City, Duan Yun wouldn't be able to do anything. However, if he was in Intentionless City, Lin Ling would definitely die. For this matter, City Lord, please dispatch the guard to stop Lin Ling. Don't let him escape, and I'll kill him. Duan Yin sneered. The City Lord was originally curious about Lin Ling's identity, so he had been watching from the sidelines. But now, he no longer had any scruples. After all, even the Duan clan had been mobilized. If the Devil's Son really had a big background, the Duan clan would be able to handle everything. However, the City Lord still asked cautiously. The Devil's Son seems to be very famous in the 9 states. Does he have any background? What background? It's just that he's new to the final world, so not many people know about him. Our Duan clan wouldn't pay attention to this little cockroach. Otherwise, if the Duan clan were to act, how could the Devil's Son still be alive? However, I know that the Devil's Son seems to have some connections in Snow-Blowing City. Of course, that's all, Duan Yun said indifferently. Snow-Blowing City? The City Lord immediately frowned. Snow-Blowing City was the main city, and the City Lord Songchiri's background was not small at all. Don't worry. Do you think the City Lord of Snow-Blowing City would come here for the Devil's Son? Duan Yun glanced at the City Lord and said with a faint smile. The City Lord was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. That's right. Although the Devil's Son was famous, it was only in the 9 states. The people of the final world would not give him face. The City Lord of Snow-Blowing City and the Devil's Son were just ordinary friends. Young Master Duan, don't worry. Our intentionless city will support you in this matter. The city lord immediately said to Duan Yun. Duan Yun laughed loudly, nodded, and left with the few people beside him. These young people were all thrown out of Snow-Blowing City by Lin Ling. Now that they met Lin Ling, they were naturally very happy. They would return the humiliation of the past 100 times. Devil's Son, last time in Snow-Blowing City, you had the protection of the guards. Otherwise, do you think you're my opponent? Brother Yun, the Devil's Son is only arrogant in the 9 states. Against us, the godson of the final world, he is just trash. I can defeat him with one hand, no, with one finger. That's right. If the Devil's Son was really powerful, he would have been famous in the final world's 36 colleges. But now, who has heard of him? Maybe he doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the 36 colleges. Haha, if we kill the Devil's Son, we will be famous in the Duan family. Duan Yun and the others were extremely excited. In the end, they even laughed loudly. They did not know that their Duan family's 4-talisman god paladin, Duan Wuhan, had suffered at the hands of Lin Ling. If not for the appearance of their old ancestor, he would have been dead. If he wanted to fight with Lin Ling, it was obvious that he was still lacking. During this period of time, Lin Ling had defeated all the dojos in Intentionless City, causing a lot of resentment. Hero, I kneel before you. I beg you to stop tormenting our dojos. Fuck, if it weren't for the rules between dojos, we elders would have attacked him. Go, I will give you 100 million royal crystals. I only beg you to leave our heaven-shocking dojo. The dojo masters, whether they were old monsters who had founded sects in the 9 states, or experts who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, were all begging Lin Ling. Some were even giving him money directly. This was because the most important thing for them to open dojos was reputation. Therefore, the dojo masters and other experts could not attack Lin Ling. If they did, others would laugh at the dojo, saying that the dojo's disciples were inferior and could only rely on the help of their elders. After Lin Ling had defeated all the dojos, he stopped his crazy actions. This was because he sensed that the time and space divine steel had finally broken through the eggshell membrane. In the end, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. His body was suffused with colorful flames that were sacred and ancient. These flames seemed to be able to sweep through time and space. Crackle. An ear-piercing sound came from a void. Chapter 3467. The entire city was celebrating. If a fire elemental warrior was here to witness such a strange scene, he would definitely be shocked. This was because Lin Ling's flames could burn through 10,000 worlds, but they could not burn everything around him. In this world, when there was a type of flame that could not burn everything, it was the power of the ancestral flame. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. His pupils turned colorful. Flames appeared in his palm as he gently waved it forward. The entire room immediately burned. It was colorful and extremely dazzling. However, upon closer inspection, the flames were burning. They wrapped around the things in the room, but they did not burn anything. The power of the ancestral flame. I never expected the space-time divine steel to give birth to the power of the ancestral flame after reaching the 5th grade. This is the ancestral flame. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had not cultivated the space-time divine steel to such a level, and the ultimate desolate body after the 5th grade seemed to be a new domain, returning to the origin. Everything returned to the ancestral flame. The ancestral flame represented the most ancient existence of all things. It was the first existence to be born, the first drop of water, the first flame. These were the ancestral flame. All the flames, water droplets, and even plants came from the ancestor. This was just like the bloodline of God. The 100 great bloodlines also extended from the bloodline of God. They were offshoots and not the orthodox bloodline. Only with the qualifications of the ancestral flame could one have the orthodox bloodline. Although my space-time divine I has reached the 5th grade, it is ultimately not the true fifth grade. This is because of the limits of its potential. Lin Ling constantly checked as he muttered to himself, "The space-time divine, I was still incomparable to the true fifth grade ultimate desolate body. It lacked the taste of the great Tao and God. This was because of the limits of its potential." However, Lin Ling's heavenly dragon bone, great netherwind dragon, and realm-devouring beast had unlimited potential. If they reached the fifth grade, they would definitely be stronger than an ordinary person's fifth grade ultimate desolate body. This was because the realm-devouring beast was one of the 4 most ferocious creatures in the universe. Its limit was the entire universe. As for the heavenly dragon bone and great netherwind dragon, these were the ultimate secrets of the dragon race. Their limit was the entire universe. When these talents reached the final stage, they could compete with Huan Yu. God Emperor Zhonggang once said that I have a mysterious power in my body. I think he was talking about the primal chaos divine formula. Actually, this cultivation technique doesn't just give birth to 9 dantians. More importantly, it gives birth to a kind of talent. The process of the 9 dantians increasing is the process of the talent increasing. If all 9 dantians are born, what is its limit? Lin Ling's eyes burned with anticipation. However, as the realm increased, the birth of the dantian became more and more difficult. The road that he had to walk next was one that even Li Xiaoyao had never walked before. Let's not think about that. Let's look at the space-time god eye. Lin Ling closed his eyes and sensed the time-space divine steel in his dantian. The ancient time-space divine steel was lying quietly in his dantian, but it was emitting an oppressive aura. A wisp of ancestral power spread out. Although it was only 10%, it was much more frightening than the power of one's cultivation. Space-time god eye. Then Lin Ling shouted and opened his eyes. A terrifying thing happened. As long as he saw something with his eyes, he could make the space-time flame appear. Moreover, the time-space divine steel could follow his eyes and break through space and time to suppress everything. This method was extremely terrifying, much more powerful than the assassination methods of Dou, Qin Ying, and the others. That was because this attack was similar to soul power. It was born out of thin air, and the distance could be changed according to Lin Ling's eyesight. If Lin Ling could see the myriad worlds here, then a space-time divine steel would appear in the myriad worlds and suppress them. This was the method of a god. Lin Ling's lips curled into an excited smile. His cultivation in intentionless city had not been in vain. The night passed quietly. Lin Ling left the inn. Xiaoyu and the others left the inn early in the morning and walked around with Dou, Qin Ying, and the others. However, because of Lin Ling's reputation as the son of the devil, everyone was afraid of him. As a result, no one dared to provoke Xiaoyu and the others. In the eyes of many, the innocent and cute Xiaoyu was as fierce as the daughter of the great demon king. This undoubtedly made Xiaoyu very unhappy. Young Master's cultivation has ended. Young Master said to return to Snow City today. Dokening had also received Lin Ling's message. He immediately smiled and held Xiaoyu's hand as they walked towards the inn. Along the way, he saw the surrounding ancient martial art practitioners staring at them, as if they were monsters. When Dou Qining and the others looked over, those people all lowered their heads and did not even dare to look directly at them. This strange behavior made Cruel Sword, who had always been cold, laugh uncontrollably. Ah, the shadow of a tree, the name of a man. Dou Qining also smiled helplessly. In terms of strength, there were many people in Intentionless City who were stronger than Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's fierce reputation was even more terrifying. He had destroyed all the martial arts centers. This caused Lin Ling to be like the great demon king, stronger than anyone in Intentionless City. As they left, the originally quiet streets were once again bustling with noise. Did you hear? They're leaving. That's great, that's great. These great demon kings are finally leaving. Let the whole city know about this. Set off firecrackers. No matter what, we have to set off firecrackers. The people were in high spirits and were extremely happy. Many people did not know Lin Ling's strength, but according to the rumors, Lin Ling was too fierce. He did not even let people beg for mercy. He ate people up without spitting out their bones. Therefore, they thought that Lin Ling was very scary. Crackle. Someone in Intentionless City really set off firecrackers. Lin Ling walked along the main street. When he heard the sound of firecrackers, he could not help but frown in confusion. It seems that even in the world of God, ancient martial art practitioners evolved from mortals. When there's a festive occasion, they will still set off firecrackers. In the direction of his gaze, Do Kening led Xiaoyu and the others over. Do Kening smiled and said, I wonder what great news the Intentionless City's G family is having today that is worth setting off firecrackers. We've been here for some time and have never seen them set off firecrackers. Today, they set off firecrackers and the whole city is celebrating. It should be a joyous occasion. However, every city has its own customs and customs. This has nothing to do with us. Let's go back to Snow City. I think the old woman should be waiting for us, Lin Ling said with a smile. He carried Xiaoyu and strode toward the city gate. However, as they walked, they finally realized that something was wrong. This was because people from the various martial arts centers had appeared on the main street. They were extremely excited. They even held long firecrackers in their hands. Young master, this joyous occasion seems to have something to do with us. Do Kening was stunned and began to guess. Brother Ling, could it be that they set off firecrackers because we're leaving? Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide and asked innocently. Lin Ling was suddenly speechless. Was he that fierce? Then, he could not help but turn his head to look at the people beside him. Those people were stunned and then lowered their heads. Don't look at him. If you make him unhappy and he comes to our martial arts center to challenge us again, we won't be able to continue operating. Everyone give me a smile. Smile politely. Chapter 3468. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, the 10 great ferocious beasts of the universe. Lin Ling was even more speechless. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, Lin Ling and the rest walked towards the city gate. As they got closer to the city gate, many people became excited. Stop right there. However, at that moment, a cold voice was heard, blocking Lin Ling and the rest's path. A large number of guards appeared. They were all martial ancestors, and each of them had a cold expression on their faces. At that moment, the warriors of Intentionless City were furious. They had finally managed to get the Devil's Son to leave. What was the city lord trying to do? Devil's Son, you have disrupted the order of Intentionless City. Therefore, you must stay. Amidst the guards, an expert dressed in a brown robe slowly walked out. He was the city lord of Intentionless City. This made the surrounding cultivators even more anxious. Wasn't the city lord looking for trouble when he had nothing better to do? After all, although the Devil's Son was ferocious and arrogant, he had not broken the rules. He had openly challenged them. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the city lord. He knew that the other party's strength was very, very strong. You don't need to know who I am. What I am curious about is who gave you the courage to behave so atrociously in my territory. However, no matter what, no matter how powerful the person behind you is, you can't leave Intentionless City today. The city lord said indifferently. Then he laughed. Of course, this is the final world, right under the eyes of the gods. Therefore, I won't bully you. You can ask the person behind you to come and see if he can save you. However, I think that even if he comes, he will be locked up in Intentionless City's prison like you. After saying that, his laughter became louder and louder. It was as if he had done a great thing for Intentionless City and won the love and respect of the millions of warriors in Intentionless City. Unfortunately, he did not know this. The surrounding warriors hated him. In their opinion, if the Devil's Son continued to stay in the city, the Devil's Son would continue to challenge them. After all, they were deputy cities and could not be compared to the main cities. Furthermore, the Devil's Son continued to challenge them. How could their martial arts schools continue to operate? They might even have to return to the 9 prefectures. At this moment, Lin Ling shook his head. The people behind him? Lei Gong, or an old woman, or Xianxia. It seemed like none of them were people that the city lord could afford to provoke. Locking Lei Gong and the others in the city's prison. Only the city lord could think of such a thing. There's no need to waste your breath on him. The Duan clan will support you today. At this moment, a sinister sneer was suddenly heard. Then the crowd was split apart. A few young men walked out, drinking wine and walking out in a carefree manner. It was none other than Duan Yun and the others. Lin Ling immediately frowned. He recognized these people. They were the trash that used to follow Long Yang. So it's you guys who are playing tricks. Could it be that you guys are addicted to being thrown and want to be thrown on the street? Lin Ling immediately laughed. Shut up. The faces of Duan Yun and the others darkened at the mention of this. This was a great humiliation to them. They were members of the Duan clan, but they were humiliated by an ant from the 9 prefectures. They were thrown on the street in front of Longyang. How could they swallow this anger? Are all members of the Duan clan so rash? I really don't know how you guys cultivate. You guys should calm down. Now tell me, was it Longyang's idea to bewitch the city lord to find trouble with me? Lin Ling ignored their anger and said indifferently, however, Longyang is really disappointing me more and more. If she wants to take revenge on me, she can find a more powerful opponent. Finding trash like her, isn't she embarrassing herself? Calm down. Duan Yun and the others were stunned. Lin Ling had hit their sore spot. How could they remain calm? Moreover, Lin Ling actually spoke in such a disdainful tone. Duan Yun and the others were so angry that their bodies trembled. The surrounding martial artists felt that this scene was very familiar. Lin Ling's casual tone and that disdainful tone. Wasn't this the same tone they had encountered when they were challenging martial artists? It was indeed very infuriating. However, this time it happened to someone else. Not only were they not angry, they felt very carefree. Perhaps they had suffered too much, so they hoped that others would also experience this feeling. I will kill you, Duan Yin roared and walked out. With your strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do so. Lin Ling shook his head and suddenly looked at the city lord. In the final world, killing is not allowed. Now that he wants to kill me, as the city lord, shouldn't you say something? The final world was different from the 9 prefectures. It was under the jurisdiction of the gods, so the order was very strict. As the city lord, I have the right to agree to his request. If he kills you, it will not violate the rules of the city. Of course, if you can kill him, it will be the same. The city lord said with a faint smile. He had absolute confidence in Duan Yun. The genius of the Duan clan was naturally not comparable to an ordinary person. Son of the demon, do you think you're more powerful than me? Last time, you only relied on the city lord's guards. If we really fight, you will definitely die. Duan Yun was also very confident in himself. This was because he saw that Lin Ling was only a 6th heaven sage. Although he was slightly more powerful than the last time, it was only by a little. Compared to Duan Wuhan from the Duan clan, you are still much weaker. However, Lin Ling still spoke in a casual tone. He put Xiaoyu down and walked out. I have never killed anyone since I came to Intentionless City. I also don't want to kill anyone. It's a pity that you have to force my hand. Lin Ling's laughter was heard, but it was cold. It was as if he had returned to the days of killing in the 9 prefectures. A wave of coldness quietly spread out. Only then did the people from the various martial arts centers realize that Lin Ling had shown mercy when he came to challenge them. Otherwise, with his current aura, most of the disciples from their martial arts centers would have died. He was indeed the great demon king. And for this battle, they had absolute confidence in Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a violent aura erupted, causing the entire city to tremble. A ferocious aura surged. Duan Yun had unleashed his talent. His entire body suddenly became tall and sturdy, like a true, ferocious person. Behind him, the phantom of a giant appeared. It held 2 axes in its hands and had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. The most terrifying thing was that on the giant's stomach, there was a human face with 2 eyes, a nose, and a huge mouth. Xingtian. An expert's expression changed drastically. Xingtian, one of the 10 great ferocious beasts of the universe. This was also the bloodline left behind by the gods. It was extremely ferocious and invincible. Furthermore, he actually has a 4th-grade ultimate desolate body. Even more experts exclaimed in shock. A 4th-grade ultimate desolate body was very rare. Furthermore, Duan Yun's talent was an ancient existence. His potential was much greater than many people's. Many experts from the martial arts centers immediately looked at Lin Ling. They had battled with Lin Ling many times, so they had some understanding of Lin Ling's strength. This fellow also seemed to have a 4th-grade ultimate desolate body. However, in terms of potential, it could not compare to the 10 great ferocious beasts of the universe. Chapter 3469. The Power of One Eye. The son of the devil might lose. What? What do you mean he's definitely going to lose? What? Many people whispered. Lin Ling was also looking at the giant in shock. One of the 10 great ferocious beasts of the universe was a talent even higher than the 100 great bloodlines. It was also slightly higher than the 6 great god eyes of the universe. Of course, if the 9th god eye was present, it would still be able to suppress Duan Yun with its talent as the number 1 god eye. However, the space-time god I could not compare to the 4 great ferocious beasts of Huanyu. Lin Ling, are you afraid? What? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Duan Yun roared and took control of the innate talent into his body. His body suddenly grew taller and taller like a giant. Especially the sinister face on his stomach. It made people shudder. Afraid? What? Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Although the 10 great ferocious beasts of Huan, you were more noble than the space-time god eye. Lin Ling also had the world-devouring beast. One was a beast, the other was an object. Their levels were not the same. Although the world-devouring beast had not yet matured, in terms of ferocity, Duan Yun's heaven punishment beast could not affect it. Moreover, facing a mere Duan Yun, Lin Ling did not even need to use the innate talent of the world-devouring beast. Duan Yun, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your current strength, I have many ways to defeat you. It's just that I'm thinking of what method to use. I have to say, you've disappointed me. No wonder Longyang doesn't like you. What? Lin Ling laughed, but he had already decided what method to use. Shameless boasting. What? Hearing this, Duan Yun was immediately enraged. He erupted with a ferocious aura that could sweep through the 8 wastelands as he charged at Lin Ling. What an arrogant son of the devil. Your cultivation is lower than Duan Yun's, and your innate talent is also lower, yet you still dare to say such words. What? The city lord kept shaking his head, his eyes filled with disdain. The guard behind him were the same. With their strength, they could naturally see that Lin Ling had no chance of winning. Even the experts from the various dojos were the same, because they were all too familiar with Lin Ling. That's not right. When the son of devil challenged the dojo, he rarely used his innate talent. Most of the time, he used his physical body to resist. Could it be that he's hiding some powerful innate talent? If that's the case, then the devil's son might not necessarily lose. Perhaps they might even end in a draw. It should be a draw. However, the seniors of the dojo also spoke up one after another. At this moment, the giant was holding a giant axe in his hand, charging towards Lin Ling as if he was splitting mountains and breaking rivers. He looked tall and big, but his speed wasn't slow at all. Furthermore, the giant mouth on his stomach opened wide, and he was actually able to continuously absorb spiritual energy from the universe, turning it into ominous energy. This also caused many people to be affected by the ominous aura. But to Lin Ling, it had no effect at all. His hand was still clasped behind his back. As Duan Yun drew closer and closer to him, a dazzling light finally appeared in his eyes. That was a multicolored light, extremely demonic. Space-time divine steel. He let out a low roar, as if he was silently chanting an incantation. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a giant black object suddenly appeared. Flames surged, as if it was burning the entire city. A fifth-grade ultimate desolate body had descended. With a speed faster than anyone could react, it suppressed Duan Yun. Although the space-time divine steel wasn't as noble as Xing Tian, its grade was higher. Most importantly, although Lin Ling seemed to be at the sixth stage of the Sage Realm, the density of his realm essence had long surpassed the Sage Realm. Looking at Duan Yun, he was only at the peak of the Sage Realm. Rumble. Therefore, when the giant steel smashed down, the giant with the ominous aura was directly smashed to the ground. From afar, the scene was extremely terrifying, as if two great demonic gods from the era of gods were fighting. A gray giant was smashed to the ground. Above him, the divine steel sealed everything. Multicolored flames burned the entire city. But what was terrifying was that although the flames were fierce, they couldn't burn anything. This was a flame that couldn't burn anything. At this moment, the entire city was silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. There was no tie at all. With one move, the fourth-grade ultimate desolate body Duan Yun had been defeated. Clearly, when he was challenging the sect, Lin Ling had definitely concealed his strength. Furthermore, he had concealed at least 60% of his strength. In shock, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Then they realized that Lin Ling was still holding his hands behind his back like a god. Throughout the entire process, he hadn't moved at all. Just a glance. What kind of technique was this? 6 great god eyes of the universe. After a moment of silence, an expert said solemnly, "The strongest I attribute talent of the 6 great god eyes of the universe was indeed terrifying. Think about it. A powerful attack could be released with just a glance. Unless one was stronger than the opponent, there was no way to dodge it. This was because this attack had exceeded 500 world speed. At this moment, Duan Yun was being suppressed by the gigantic ancient monument. He couldn't move at all. His mind was buzzing, and he couldn't understand why this was happening. His talent was more noble than Lin Ling's. Although Lin Ling's grade was higher, his innate talent could still affect Lin Ling. Why wasn't Lin Ling afraid of his ferocious aura? Bang! Just as he was thinking, the stone monument on his body suddenly became heavy, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking up, he saw Lin Ling standing by the side of the stone monument. He held the stone monument with one hand and looked at him mockingly. "Do you know why Longyang doesn't like you? Do you know why I didn't make a move the last time? To be honest, an idiot like you, no matter how strong you become, is no threat to me." This person was from the Duan family. And because of Duan Yi, Lin Ling didn't have a good impression of the Duan family. "Lin Ling, let me go if you dare." Duan Yun was so humiliated that he wanted to vomit blood. He was a member of the Duan family, yet he was being crushed on the street. This wasn't just a humiliation to him. It was a humiliation to the Duan family. Moreover, this was the second time this had happened. "Let you go?" Lin Ling shook his head and poured his energy into the stone monument. Pooh! Duan Yun immediately felt his body become as heavy as 1,000 caddies. At this moment, he realized that Lin Ling had been merciful to him. Other than Lin Ling's abundant realm essence, his fleshly body's strength was also terrifying. "How dare you?" Duan Yun roared angrily. "I'm from the Duan family. How dare you touch me?" "That's what you said last time in Snowy City. Don't you have anything else to say aside from using your family name?" Lin Ling continued to shake his head as energy continued to pour into Duan Yun. Crack, crack, crack. Duan Yun's bones began to shatter. His enormous giant body also began to shrink. His eyes began to show signs of begging for mercy. This was because he gradually understood that Lin Ling didn't seem to fear the Duan family at all. The last time in Snowy City was a good example. Although he found it hard to believe, this was the truth. If he knew that Lin Ling didn't fear Duan Wuhan, or even their old ancestor after killing Duan Yi in the Starry Sky Forest, he would definitely regret it to death. Chapter 3470. Young Master. Lin Ling was clearly disdainful of explaining this. He continued to exert his power to suppress Duan Yun. In the end, he said indifferently, With your intelligence, any further explanation would be a waste of saliva. If you had a chance to live, you should go home and ask your ancestors what kind of person I, the son of the devil, am. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the space-time divine steel trembled. Under countless gazes, Duan Yin was crushed into meat paste. The entire city fell silent. The youths from the Duan family fell to the ground with a thud. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Today, they were the ones who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. They thought that they could bring home Lin Ling's head, but in the end, Duan Yin died in front of everyone. The city lord was also shocked. Killing a member of the Duan family in his territory? How dare you? The city lord immediately roared. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. Lin Ling had killed him too cleanly without any hesitation. This was why he hadn't been able to save anyone. Killing someone in my territory is tantamount to violating the rules of the gods. Kill him. He roared at the guards. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Previously, when Duan Yin wanted to kill him, he had asked the city lord about it. However, the city lord had said that it was fine. Now that Duan Yin had been killed by him, the city lord was saying that he, Lin Ling, had violated the rules. Since that was the case, Lin Ling didn't need to give him any face. His hand slowly reached for the tyrannical song sword. He was prepared for a great battle. This was because he hadn't used the tyrannical song sword even once since it had been activated by the Steel Slayer Emperor. I don't know what qualifications you have to kill me, but I'm sure that you won't be able to. With the tyrannical song sword in his hand, Lin Ling's aura became even colder. He was like a sword demon, like a god. Qualifications? Ha ha. Seeing how confident you are, you should have someone behind you. Let me tell you, no matter who is behind you, you will die today. You killed a member of the Duan clan, so not only will you suffer, the person behind you will also suffer a calamity. The city lord laughed disdainfully. Compared to the Duan family, the son of the demon was clearly more terrifying. Calamity? Lin Ling could not help but shake his head mockingly. The city lord of Intentionless City wanted to kill Lei Gong? What joke! Just Xianxia alone was enough to make him suffer a great deal. Old Doe, Broken Sword, protect little you, and follow me out of Intentionless City. Lin Ling shouted into the distance. With his sword in hand, he wanted to carve out a bloody path. Ha ha ha! Seeing that Lin Ling was alone and was only at the Saint Realm, the city lord laughed even louder. The royal guards were also laughing so hard that they almost fell off their horses. One person wanted to kill everyone in the city? This was the final world, not Jiuzhou. The son of the demon must be dreaming. Compared to their mockery, the people from the various martial arts clubs shuddered. They were already afraid of the son of the demon. Seeing that the son of the demon wanted to carve out a bloody path, he was really ferocious. Sir, there's an army outside the city. At this time, someone rushed in from the city gate and knelt down on one knee. The city lord frowned and was a little surprised. But he still asked, who are they? Are they from the Duan clan? No, those people are wearing the armor of the royal guards. They seem to be from the main city, but I can't tell which main city they are from. The man quickly said. The city lord was stunned and felt that something was wrong. But after thinking about it, he could not guess the purpose of those people. In my opinion, those royal guards are here to help you. After all, the people of Intentionless City have been in a state of panic. The other main cities must have thought that Intentionless City was under attack, so they came to help. The man immediately guessed. Hearing that, the city lord rubbed his chin and nodded slightly. That was very likely. Then he glanced at Lin Ling and immediately shook his head. It was even more impossible that they were here for the son of the demon. The son of the demon had just arrived in the final world not long ago. How could he have such a background? Rumble. The army outside the city moved very quickly and surrounded Intentionless City. Moreover, the royal guards were very strong, causing the people of Intentionless City to feel a lot of pressure. Bang! The huge city gate was destroyed by the army. Then, countless strong people rushed in. Whether in terms of numbers or strength, they were much stronger than Intentionless City. All of this proved that this group of people were the main city's royal guards. Oh my God, such a big show. He's just the son of the demon. There's no need to mobilize so many people to capture him. The city lord suddenly fell a heartache because the city gate had been destroyed and the city walls had almost been torn down. However, he also stopped his subordinates from doing anything else and quietly watched all of this happen. After the army rushed into Intentionless City, they immediately walked forward in an orderly manner. The man in the lead was like a divine general, majestic and awe-inspiring. He rode on a divine wolf and slowly walked forward. The entire Intentionless City suddenly fell silent. Everyone swallowed hard. The aura of this army was really too terrifying. Moreover, many people saw that this group of people was actually walking towards the son of the demon. Even the city lord was extremely surprised. For a moment, he did not see who the man in the lead was. However, he guessed that these people were here to capture the son of the demon and help Intentionless City. After all, although the major cities in the final world did not have a very close relationship, because they were all ancient cities belonging to the gods, they would usually help each other. He could not help but laugh bitterly. The people who had come were too excited. They could deal with a mere son of the demon. There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. My lord, you're the one with the most influence. Even the main city has come to help. If word of this gets out, our Intentionless City will also be proud. Moreover, my lord's name will spread far and wide. Someone immediately flattered him. The city lord immediately waved his hand modestly. You're too kind. However, in the final world, strength is very important. However, sometimes relationships are even more important. You have to know how to conduct yourself. Perhaps I know how to conduct myself better than the other city lords. My lord is wise. The crowd laughed loudly and flattered the city lord. The city lord received the flattery from the crowd. He walked forward and wanted to greet the man. Of course, in the process, he also puffed out his chest. He knew that the ancient martial art practitioners of Intentionless City admired him at this moment. After all, he could easily summon the strong practitioners of other main cities to help. This was not something that anyone could do. Who knew, after tomorrow, the entire city would be setting off firecrackers, and he, the city lord, would become a legend. Thinking of this, the city lord became more and more proud. He said politely, "My lord, you are too grand. Your personal visit has brought light to our humble Intentionless City." He was speaking to the man in the lead. However, the man did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he came in front of Lin Ling and sized up Lin Ling. After seeing that Lin Ling was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Young lord, I came too late to save you. Please punish me." Then, the man knelt down. Chapter 3471. It was a disaster. Even the army outside the city knelt down, shocking Intentionless City. The city lord of Intentionless City and the others were all stunned at this moment. Then their jaws dropped. "Young master?" The city governor of a main city called the son of the demon young master. They were not here to help, but to help the son of the demon? Everyone almost fainted. What was going on? "I'm fine. However, if you had come a little later, I might have been in trouble." Lin Ling looked at this group of people in surprise, but he still spoke calmly. These people were the elites of Snow City, and the leader was Tsang Chiri. Lin Ling did not expect that Tsang Chiri had been keeping an eye on him. As long as there was any movement, the army would immediately move out. "Young master, this is my fault. Please punish me." Tsang Chiri knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling. His senior sister had returned with a reward from Lei Gong. Lei Gong was very satisfied with the time taken by the young master to complete the task. He had asked them to assist Lin Ling as much as possible. But now, the young master had almost been attacked in Intentionless City. This scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. It's City Governor Tsang. At this moment, the city governor of Intentionless City finally saw who it was. He was shocked again. If not for the people beside him supporting him, he would have knelt down. City Governor Tsang had called the son of the demon young master. This seemed to be troublesome. Damn it, didn't Duan Yin say that the son of the demon and city governor Tsang were just ordinary friends? Now, city governor Tsang was kneeling. How could they be ordinary friends? At this moment, the city governor's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hated Duan Yin to death. You are the city governor of Intentionless City. Song Chiri had already stood up and was looking at the other party coldly. This caused all the elites to look at the city governor of Intentionless City. Their gazes scared the city governor and his guards so much that their legs turned to jelly. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. The city governor of Intentionless City quickly shouted. Then, he rushed over and knelt on one knee in front of Lin Ling. Young master, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Although he did not know that Lin Ling was a young master, at this moment, it was obviously safer for him to call Lin Ling young master. Misunderstanding. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Song Chiri looked at Lin Ling in confusion. He didn't know what had happened here, but he knew that someone wanted to kill Lin Ling. Well, I'm actually not petty. Since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it. However, Lin Lin also. The city lord of Intentionless City suddenly became agitated and almost cowed out. He hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Young master is indeed righteous. In the future, you will definitely be the son of God." He started to flatter Sue Quebec. Although it was a little embarrassing, at least this matter was over. Then, he stood up and looked at Lin Ling with an apologetic smile. However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. Although I don't care about this and treat it as a misunderstanding, the city lord previously said that even if the people behind me were to come, they would be annihilated. It seems that even if city governor Tsang came, you would still want him to be destroyed. Hearing this, the city governor's legs turned to jelly. Lin Ling did not care, but he seemed to have offended city governor Tsang. Destroy me? Song Chiri was stunned and immediately looked at Sue Quebec. It had been a long time since someone dared to destroy him. This is also a misunderstanding. The city governor kept waving his hands and was about to cry. That's not all. You even want to destroy the old woman. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. What? Hearing this, Song Chiri was the first to roar. His voice was so terrifying that it was louder than thunder. It shook the entire Intentionless City. That was because the city governor of Intentionless City dared to destroy him. But he even dared to destroy his senior sister. Towards this old woman, he respected her the most. Moreover, not only senior old woman, it seems that even the people behind senior old woman will be destroyed. How bold! Perhaps this is the meaning of a calamity. How dare you? This time, Song Chiri's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was furious. The person behind his senior sister was Lei Gong. The city governor of Intentionless City wanted to destroy the deity. This was simply treason. The city governor had just stood up, but now he was so frightened that he knelt on the ground again. His body was trembling and tears were streaming down his face. Previously, he had indeed said that, but he did not know that the son of the devil had such a terrifying background. Do you know who the people behind us are? Song Chiri looked at him with a murderous expression. This, I really don't know. The city governor said nervously. Lei Gong. Song Chiri said word by word. The city governor was dumbfounded. Under his gorgeous robe, the smell of urine wafted out. His pants were wet. He looked as if he had lost his soul, because, with his status, he naturally knew who Lei Gong was. It could be said that Lei Gong was the ultimate boss of the deity's world. He actually wanted to destroy the boss of the deity's world? He must have been crazy before. At this moment, the city governor wanted to slap himself a few hundred times. Plop! Apart from him, all the guards of Intentionless City knelt on the ground in fear. They could vaguely guess what was going on. The fact that the city governor wanted to destroy the son of the devil was already a huge mistake. However, the city governor still wanted to destroy Song Chiri. This was courting death, but he wanted to destroy Lei Gong even more. He was probably deader than dead. Son of the devil, please spare my life. I was also bewitched by Duan Yin. I really don't know. Duan Yin, You have done a lot of harm." The city governor kept kowtowing as he spoke. Then, he looked angrily at the few Duan family youths. The youths also knew that things were getting troublesome. Kill all of them," the city governor roared. Fuck, these people deliberately framed him. He had no enmity with them, so why would they frame him? Now, even if he was going to die, he would drag these people down with him. The Duan family youths were all scared silly. They had been wronged because they did not frame the city governor. They did not know that Lin Ling had such a strong backer. Suddenly, they remembered what Lin Ling had said to Duan Yin. "If you have a chance to live, you should go home and ask your ancestors who the son of the devil is." This meant that the Duan family's ancestor had seen Lin Ling. However, the elder ancestor didn't seem to dare to touch Lin Ling. This explained everything. Fuck, go to hell. Fuck, why did you harm us? The strong people of Intentionless City rushed towards the few youths. Powerful attacks exploded and killed them. Their faces were full of hatred. Young master, please spare our lives. We are innocent." Chapter 3472. Goodbye, old woman. Well, I'll let you off this time for the sake of your ignorance. But don't you think you should pay a price for letting the soldiers of Snow City come all the way here? Also, you stopped me from leaving the city. Don't you know that my time is precious? Every second of delay is equivalent to 100 million Monarch crystals. Lin Ling didn't intend to pursue the matter any further. Even if he killed the governor, he wouldn't get any benefits. Young master, what do you want?" the governor asked hurriedly. Lin Ling glanced at Xianxia, and Xianxia immediately understood. He said lightly, "Pay up 50 billion royal crystals, and I'll let it go." 50 billion. The governor spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. The people of the martial arts clubs around were trembling. 50 billion was an astronomical figure. Even if they sold Intentionless City, they wouldn't be able to get that much money. The son of the devil was indeed ferocious. However, many people were secretly gloating. They knew that the governor would be unlucky. He didn't listen to the old man's advice, and now he was going to suffer. "My lord, we don't have 50 billion royal crystals." Seeing that the governor had fainted, the guards hurriedly spoke. "Search the house," Xianxia said immediately. He looked at the guards and said, "You provoked Snow City first. I think you should be convinced." Although Intentionless City was not as powerful as Snow City, Xianxia didn't dare to act recklessly because they were both in the final world. Yes, we're convinced." All of the guards spoke anxiously. Right now, they couldn't wait to send these scourges away. Just treat it as spending money to avoid disaster. "Well, this is what you promised. Come on, search the house." Xianxia nodded and waved his hand. A large number of experts immediately rushed to the governor's mansion. Lin Ling smiled, took Xiao Yu's hand, and slowly left Intentionless City. He's finally gone. No wonder he's the devil. This kind of person is a scourge no matter where he goes. Previously, I thought that it was already the worst thing that could happen when he came to challenge us. But now, it seems that there is no comparison. The city lord is really unlucky. No matter what, I hope that such a person will never come to Intentionless City again. The experts of the various dojos began to whisper to each other, feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, when Lin Ling challenged the dojo, they didn't violate the rules and didn't let the elders of the dojo step in. Otherwise, they would have been confiscated. The dojo might not be able to continue operating. At this moment, the city lord had just woken up. When he saw that the city lord mansion had been robbed, he was stunned for a long time. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't see any of this. But even if he did, he wouldn't care. He followed Xianxia to the Snow City. Some guards reported their gains. They had stolen 30 billion royal crystals and a large number of rare treasures. This huge sum of money also gave Lin Ling a fright. No wonder the city lord wanted to vomit blood. If it were Lin Ling, he would probably vomit blood too. "Young master, take these 30 billion royal crystals." Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and said. He knew that as a trial tester, Lei Gong would not provide any cultivation resources for Lin Ling. So, These royal crystals would be enough for Lin Ling to cultivate for a long time. I'll take 10 billion. You came all the way here. You should at least take some for your hard work. Lin Ling rejected him. He only took part of it, which put Xianxia in a difficult position. Take it. The soldiers put down what they were doing and came to Intentionless City overnight. Even if you don't want it, you have to experience it for them. Lin Ling said again. In the end, he let Xianxia take the rest of the royal crystals. All the guards looked at Lin Ling gratefully. They were even more convinced by Lin Ling. Everyone hurried back. Because of the army, Lin Ling did not take Xiaoyu to sightsee. It did not take long for them to return to Snow City. Lin Ling walked directly in the direction of the courtyard. As soon as he arrived at his residence, a burly figure was already waiting there. After seeing Lin Ling, the person could not help but smile. She was Lin Ling's guardian, the old woman. Moreover, she had already told Lei Gong about Lin Ling's completion of the task. In exchange, Lei Gong praised her. Although it was just a simple sentence, it made her happier than anything else. Lin Ling, you're back. The old woman was the first to smile. Lin Ling noticed that the old woman's attitude towards him had changed again. If the old woman was cold and indifferent when they were in Qing province, then in the final world, she treated Lin Ling as a friend. But now, even when she spoke to him, she would smile. She almost treated him as one of her own. I'm back. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. This time, the Thunder Lord is very appreciative of you because the time you took to complete the mission was very short. Furthermore, among the 10 challengers, you were the only one who obtained the Mahakasaipa incantation. This also led to your first trial mission being completed. The Thunder Lord also promised me that he would send people to protect Qingzhou. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately became happy. With Lei Gong's protection, he finally had no worries. By the way, your wife, Yu, her talent is also very good. I plan to let her come to the final world in a while. The old woman said again. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling was even happier. The final world was not a place that anyone could enter. If Yu and the others could enter, it would definitely be of great benefit to them. Moreover, Yu's talent was also not weak. She also had the dragon bloodline. She would definitely rise in the final world. Is my family okay? Lin Ling asked. They're fine. The enemies of the new heavenly court and the Flying Dragon organization don't dare to enter Qingzhou easily. Although they know that you're in the final world, they won't dare to provoke you. The old woman smiled. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, by the way, your friends, the God-Slain Alliance, are currently in the 7 great forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. They should be increasing their strength there. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. It seemed that Lei Gong was very responsible. Even his brother and the others were secretly protecting him. Kaiyuan River? Then, Lin Ling became curious again. Yes, it's located in the Universal Void. It's also an extremely ancient existence. Many of the sea gods' bloodlines are there. It's said that the dragon race is also hidden there. The old woman nodded. Lin Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the Kaiyuan River was extremely extraordinary. However, his brother and the others would definitely have their own opportunities. He hoped that when they met again, his brother, Meng Lu, and Wangu Wuji's strength would increase greatly. By the way, you have 3 missions in your first mission. If you complete 2 of them, you'll pass the divine trial. However, there's still one more mission. Do you want to do it? However, there's no reward for completing it. The old woman said again. Lin Ling had completed the first divine trial and received 2 rewards. One of the rewards was to let Lei Gong protect Qingzhou. As for the other mission, it didn't matter if he did it or not. Chapter 3473. Illusionary God World. This mission is the Shrine Tournament. If you can become the champion of the Shrine Tournament, the Snow Wind Academy will reward you with 1 billion royal crystals, and you can cultivate in the Dragon Space Valley. The old woman smiled at Lin Ling. She seemed to have heard from Xianxia about Lin Ling's strength, so she said with certainty, with your strength, it won't be difficult for you to become the champion of the Shrine Tournament. Shrine Tournament. I'm currently a student of the Shun's second hall, so it shouldn't be difficult. Lin Ling nodded. If it was an expert from the Shun third hall, he naturally couldn't do it. However, if it was the Shun's second hall, he was confident that he could defeat many of them. Looks like you've agreed. The shrine tournament will begin in a month. The old woman clearly didn't care about Lin Ling's participation in the mission. If there wasn't a reward from the Snow Wind Academy, she might not have recommended Lin Ling to participate. After completing this mission, the second mission of the Trial of God will come. Lin Ling, do your best. After exchanging a few more words, the old woman left. Lin Ling also entered the courtyard and tidied up his loot. With the 10 billion royal crystals he had obtained from the intentionless city, Lin Ling was confident that he could reach the 7th stage of the Sage Realm. However, he didn't plan to break through for the time being. After all, he had some royal crystals on him in case he needed them. That night, Lin Ling began to cultivate in the courtyard. Although the power of the spiritual marrow couldn't increase the level of the space-time divine steel, it constantly stimulated the dragon god bloodline and the realm devouring beast talents. Unfortunately, the dragon god bloodline's talents were related to the physical body. If he wanted to truly advance, he would need treasures related to the dragon clan. Currently, my space-time divine steel has reached its limit. It'll be my trump card for a long time. Moreover, I have 5 dantians. Otherwise, with my current realm, I wouldn't be able to use the full power of the space-time divine steel. In the intentionless city, Lin Ling had experienced the power of the space-time divine steel, and the result was beyond his imagination. It could be said that without the ultimate 5th-grade desolate body, Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid of anyone at the initial stage martial ancestor realm. And if they possessed a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body with an orthodox bloodline, even if they were at the Sage Realm, Lin Ling would find it difficult to defeat them. This was the advantage of talent. Talent. Right now, it's not suitable for me to increase my cultivation, and my fiend god physique can't be improved for the time being. In the Starry Sky Forest, because of God Emperor Zhang Gang's illusory realm, Lin Ling's soul power had increased to 12,000 levels. My stage 12,000 level Steel Star, Transcend Star, Lin Ling's STN Star. The illusion god True Inheritance placed great importance on soul force and talent. The stronger one's soul force was, the faster one could cultivate. If one had the corresponding talent and was of a high rank, then the limits of the illusion would be even greater. Lin Ling immediately entered the stage of enlightenment. His body suddenly became illusory and beautiful, as if it was formed by all kinds of colors. His canned spirit, Lin, God Realm God, was God around Lin Ling. Endless plants began to spread. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, full of vitality. It was as if the entire courtyard had turned into another world. A pure white moon suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the earth with a white veil. On the ground, a green grassland quietly appeared. Hundreds of flowers quietly bloomed under the night sky, their beauty quietly blossoming. This world was very quiet and very beautiful. It was as if everything was real, but in reality, it was all an illusion. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Yu, Du Ying, and the others were shocked as they looked at the moon in the sky in disbelief. Xiao Yu and the little white rabbit were running happily on the prairie. Qin Jian rushed out of the courtyard and realized that Snow City was still outside. But when he entered the courtyard, it was as if he had entered another world. My lord, methods are godly, Qin Jian said in disbelief. However, even though this world seemed to be real, it lacked one thing, and that was living beings. It could have plants, wind, light, etc. However, it didn't have any animals. The only one was Lin Ling. Countless Lin Lings could appear in this world. It was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. And this was the final realm of the illusion god True Inheritance, the illusion god world. Unfortunately, Lin Ling still couldn't touch the strongest essence of the illusion god. It was said that the strongest illusion god world not only had animals, but also countless people. In the end, Lin Ling didn't have the talent of the illusion god. He was only relying on his soul force. But if the illusion god bloodline was here, it would be enough to shock them. Because to rely on soul force to create a world, even experts with the illusion god bloodline wouldn't be able to do it. In the beautiful world, a large number of Lin Lings were walking around. Only one Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. His body was still colorful, as if he was a man of light. He opened his eyes and looked at all the Lin Lings in the world. He muttered to himself, "These illusion doppelgangers actually have 30% of my strength. Unfortunately, they can only survive in an illusion." Lin Ling knew that he had cultivated the illusion god true inheritance to the peak. It would be difficult for him to improve even a little. A month quietly passed. On this day, the Divine Hall tournament finally began, and Lin Ling brought Xiaoyu and the others out of the courtyard. It was as if he was isolated from the world. Looking at the bustling streets and alleys, his heart became incomparably calm. What his world lacked was this kind of vitality, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to cross this giant barrier no matter what. Perhaps, when I can truly create a world, I will already be a god, Lin Ling muttered to himself. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. He didn't care about this knot in his heart. Not long after, he arrived at the Snow Wind Academy. At this moment, the Snow Wind Academy was bustling with noise and excitement. All the experts had returned. Lin Ling saw many experts among them. Some of them weren't much weaker than him. Presumably, they were the experts of the Divine Three Halls. The experts of the Divine Three Halls were said to have been in the final world for 10,000 years. They were once the most outstanding heroes of the 9 provinces and 10,000 worlds. And the Divine Hall tournament was a grand tournament in the entire Snow Wind City. There were even many experts from the nearby cities who came to watch. I heard that this time, the Dean will also come to the Divine Hall tournament. Yes, many experts from the nearby cities have come. Look, that's a hero from the Island of Heroes. He's also the city lord of a main city. His strength is already at the level of half-step martial god. Our Snow Wind City's city lord has also come. TSK, it's really lively. However, to be able to watch the battle between the experts of these academies is also very beneficial for us. A large number of people entered the Snow Wind Academy. They chatted as they walked and were extremely excited, and the number of people scared Afterimage and the others. Moreover, among the crowd, their strength was considered to be very ordinary. Can the Snow Wind Academy accommodate so many people? Chapter 3474. The Dean's Son. In the future, if he returned to the 9 states with Du Ying, he would be able to brag about this matter to others. At that time, others would only envy him, because to be able to watch the final world competition, this was not an opportunity that just anyone could have. Snow Wind Academy is so big that we haven't even seen the whole place. It shouldn't be difficult to accommodate these experts, Lin Ling said with a smile. Speaking of which, after becoming a student of Snow Wind Academy, he had not seen the whole academy. Every time he came, he would leave in a hurry. You guys go find Senior Song. I'll go back to my class first, Lin Ling said to Du Ying and the others. After Xiaoyu and the others left, he went back to his class. Lin Ling. After Lin Ling appeared, Teacher Xiaoyu and the others were extremely surprised. This was because they all thought that Lin Ling would not participate in the competition. One must know that ever since Lin Ling returned from Starry Sky Forest, he had not appeared in Starry Sky Academy for a period of time. Lin Ling, Zhuang Yinming, and the others quickly greeted Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. His face was still cold, neither happy nor sad. Everyone was already used to such an attitude and did not feel that Lin Ling was arrogant. Instead, they felt that everything was normal. After all, they all owed Lin Ling their lives. In addition, Lin Ling had the strength, so he had the right to be arrogant. It's good that you're back. Are you going to participate in the competition? Teacher Xiaoyu said to Lin Ling with a smile. Her attitude towards Lin Ling had also changed a lot. Lin Ling nodded again. You're now a student of Shun Air Hall. If you participate in the competition, you'll have to face the experts of Xianxia Hall. Those guys are all martial ancestors. Chu. Lin Ling was also the only expert in their class who had become a member of Xianxia Hall. However, no one was very confident that Lin Ling could win first place in the competition. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was the strongest in the first God Hall, but the second God Hall was filled with seniors. Don't worry, they're no match for me. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had absolute confidence in himself. This time, he came for the prize of the competition. If he couldn't get first place, he wouldn't participate. As for fame, Lin Ling, didn't need these things. At present, the strongest in Xianxia Hall is Tian-Ao. In the last Shinto Hall tournament, he was the #1 freshman. Lin Ling, if you want to be #1, you will have to face him. Tian-Ao, he is the dean's son. It is said that the dean came for him. He's a level 2 martial ancestor realm expert. He's almost invincible among the initial stage martial ancestors. Everyone in the class started to talk about it. Although they felt that Lin Ling was no match for Tian-Ao, they didn't think that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation time was not as long as Tian-Ao's. In fact, Lin Ling was still a freshman in the first God Hall. The dean's son, seeing everyone's enthusiastic explanation, Lin Ling said in surprise. Speaking of which, you are somewhat related to him. He is also a member of the new Heavenly Court and is working hard to become the disciple of Wintian martial god. At this time, Earring said faintly. She came from the Flying Dragon organization, so she naturally knew about this. Of course, she also had some contradictions in her heart. The Flying Dragon organization and Lin Ling had a grudge, but she personally thought highly of Lin Ling, so she didn't know which side she should stand on. New Heavenly Court. Lin Ling was surprised again, but the fighting spirit in his heart was boiling. So far, he had come into contact with a few of Wintian martial god disciples, and they were either killed by him or defeated by Lin Ling. Now that Tian-Ao was here, he would definitely be defeated by Lin Ling. Don't worry, it's just Tian-Ao. I will defeat him. Thinking of this, Lin Ling looked at everyone and said. Teacher Tsiluan and the others were shocked. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, it seemed that he didn't even put Tian-Ao in his eyes. If they didn't know Lin Ling, they would definitely think that Lin Ling was bragging. However, Lin Ling had done too many impossible things, so they weren't too sure. Let's go. The competition is about to begin. Lin Ling, you don't need to go through the elimination process and directly enter the final battle. Every class can recommend one person, and our class will recommend you. Teacher Tsiluan put away her thoughts and said with a smile. Lin Ling's strength had already been recognized, so there was no need for him to go through any elimination process. Next, Lin Ling followed everyone out of the class and arrived at the Snow Wind Academy's Divine Temple. This Divine Temple was actually bigger than the Snow Wind Academy square. At this moment, more than 100,000 people had already gathered here, making it extremely lively. Lin Ling was also secretly surprised. This kind of battlefield, perhaps only the Yin State's arena, could compare to it. And in the final world, this is only the location of a school's competition. This shows the difference. That's the son of Devil, Lin Ling. I heard that he's the strongest person in the Divine First Hall and has just entered the Divine Second Hall. TSK. I didn't expect him to participate in the competition. That means he's going to fight the experts of the Divine Second Hall. He's the strongest person in the class and can be nominated by God's messenger. He doesn't need to be eliminated immediately and can directly compete for first place. I wonder if he can become a #1 in the Divine Second Hall. I think it's a bit difficult. When Lin Ling entered the sacred Divine Temple, voices immediately sounded out from all around. In the Snow Wind Academy, Lin Ling is now a famous person. Whether it's a new student or a senior student, they all know about Lin Ling and even know about Lin Ling's great name in the 9 regions. Of course, among the crowd, many people looked at Lin Ling with a strange gaze. These people are obviously related to the new Heavenly Court, Flying Dragon Organization, Fu Hang Manor, and other forces in the 9 regions. towards Lin Ling. They naturally want to kill him, but in the final world, they don't dare to act recklessly. And in the Snow Wind Academy, there are many hostile gazes. Among them is Zhou Lin. Last time, he knelt in front of the Snow Wind Academy's gate for 3 days and 3 nights and lost all his face. Now he has become a legend in the academy. So when he saw Lin Ling, he wished he could cut Lin Ling into 8 pieces. In addition to him, those who are hostile towards Lin Ling are the senior students, especially the experts of the Divine Second Hall. They all want to defeat Lin Ling and beat Lin Ling back to his original state. And these gazes are also noticed by Lin Ling. He shook his head and didn't care at all. On the contrary, when teacher Zhou Lin looked over, he smiled faintly and said, "Anyway, I'm bored. Why don't we make a bet?" This sentence seems to be talking to himself, but many people know that Lin Ling is talking to teacher Zhou Lin. But again, teacher Zhou Lin shuddered and immediately shifted his gaze. Last time, because of the bet, he lost all his face. Now he wants to bet again. He is determined not to bet. This is really disappointing. In any case, he is still a messenger of God. He can't go up or down. With such a heart of martial arts, I'm afraid he won't be able to go far in the final world. Seeing that teacher Zhou Lin doesn't dare to look at him, Lin Ling shook his head regretfully and then said in a senior tone, "Fuck." Chapter 3475. Another battle with Yi Yiming. Lin Ling no longer paid any attention to him. Just as he was about to walk towards teacher Xiaoluan, he suddenly felt a burning gaze on him. This is Lin Ling. On the other side of the shrine, a man with his hands behind his back looked at Lin Ling indifferently. That's right. He is the son of Devil, Lin Ling. He is also the most powerful expert in God One Hall. Someone beside him immediately nodded. So that's how it is. The man also nodded. His face was indifferent, and his expression was indifferent. He is wearing a standard long robe, and his long hair is tied behind his head. He gives off an extremely cold feeling. Without a doubt, he is the strongest expert in God 2 Hall. He is also the dean's son, Tian Ao. He saw that Lin Ling dared to participate in the God Hall tournament. If Lin Ling dares to face him, he will definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson, because he is now a member of the new heavenly court, but he is still not considered martial god when Tian's disciple. So if he can defeat Lin Ling, he will definitely become martial god when Tian's disciple. Moreover, he heard that senior brother named Bo Tao has a lot of resentment towards Lin Ling. So, he can be considered as helping senior brother named Bo Tao vent his anger. The dean has arrived. At this moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly rang out. At the entrance of the shrine, a golden light suddenly shone in. It is somewhat dazzling, but it also gives people a sense of warmth. In the hazy light, a tall and sturdy figure gradually became clear. This is a man of about 40 years old. He has a dignified beard on his face. He is wearing a golden long robe. He is standing straight and gives off a strong sense of majesty. With his appearance, the entire shrine seems to have brightened up by a few points. And he is the dean of Snow Wind Academy. Behind him are a large number of teachers. Moreover, their strength is not weak. Their bodies are covered with divine light. It seems that they are all God's holy knights. This group of people's strength has reached a monstrous level. Seeing this, everyone saluted. Lin Ling also saluted slightly. However, he is a little surprised in his heart because he discovered that the dean's strength is stronger than he imagined. It seems that he is even stronger than the old woman. His strength was most likely at the martial god realm. The headmaster is indeed a martial god level expert. At this moment, Xiaoluan sent a telepathic message to him and explained, although the dean is a martial god, there are differences in strength between the martial gods. Therefore, he is not considered one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded in understanding. After the dean led the experts in, he immediately greeted them. He was especially polite to Xianxia. Obviously, he had to give some face to the city lord. Then he smiled and said, "The shrine tournament begins today. As long as you become the champion of each hall, you will be able to obtain 1 billion royal crystals and enter the Dragon Space Valley to cultivate. As soon as the reward was announced, the temple immediately became lively. The eyes of all the experts of the Divine Hall burned with passion. 1 billion royal crystals was enough to nurture a martial progenitor realm expert. Of course, it would only be an ordinary martial progenitor, but it was enough to tempt people. Even Lin Ling was tempted. He had cultivated 5 Dantians at the same time, and he also had the divine dragon bloodline. All of these required a huge amount of cultivation resources. Therefore, he would not miss out on this 1 billion royal crystals. Then let's begin. Following the dean's shout, the shrine tournament began immediately. There were 3 tournaments in total, which were the first hall, second hall, and third hall. There were also 3 martial stages. All the participants had to go through an elimination round before they could compete for the champion. However, as long as the champion of the class was recommended by a teacher, he would not need to go through the elimination round and could compete for the champion directly. Immediately, all the divine halls began to nominate the champion of their class. When it was Lin Ling's turn, Lin Ling was nominated. The entire temple suddenly became silent. On the highest seat, the dean looked at Lin Ling with great interest and said, "This must be the son of Demon." Clearly, even he had heard of Lin Ling's name. Dean, he is Lin Ling. In the Starry Sky Forest, he managed to survive a year alone and found the Astral Origin Stone. He is the strongest in the first hall, the deputy dean immediately said. Hearing this, the dean nodded his head and said, "Pretty good talent. His ultimate desolate body should be in the 3rd grade. However, he is now a student of the second hall. If he wants to compete for the champion, there are many people in front of him. Dean, if Lin Ling can reach the end, young Master Tianao will have to fight him." The deputy dean said with a smile. "Let's hope he can do his best." The dean immediately retracted his gaze. Clearly, he did not believe that Lin Ling was his son's match. There was no hope at all. However, he did not underestimate Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was originally a student of the first hall. It was already very impressive for him to be able to fight a student of the second hall. As time passed, the battles in the 3 competition zones became more intense. The god's enchantment that protected the stage was constantly swaying. The spectators were in high spirits as they cheered. The experts on the stage had all touched the great Tao. In the 9 prefectures, there were godlike existences. Therefore, to be able to watch their battles was very beneficial to the spectators. At this moment, in the first hall's competition zone, the elimination round had already begun. After a series of intense battles, there were finally 15 people. These 15 people were clearly competing for the champion. Lin Ling, Tianao, and other experts were among them. These 15 people would fight by drawing lots. Lin Ling was recommended by teacher Xiaoluan, so he did not need to participate in the elimination round. Therefore, he drew number 9, and soon it was his turn. When they saw him enter the stage, many people looked at him curiously. Xiaoluan and the others were the same. They hoped that Lin Ling would not meet a strong opponent. However, after thinking about it, how could those who could stand in the final competition zone be weak? When Lin Ling stepped onto the stage, his opponent quickly appeared. What surprised everyone was that this person was actually Yi Yiming. Yi Yiming, teacher Zhou Lin's proudest disciple. After the freshman's trial, he wanted Lin Ling to prove himself. In the end, he was defeated by Lin Ling. Moreover, he had lost in an extremely ugly manner. He had been knocked unconscious. Now, he was going to fight with Lin Ling again. Lin Ling also looked at the opposite side of the stage in surprise. The youth on the opposite side was looking at Lin Ling with a murderous gaze. He was Yi Yiming. He did not expect to meet Lin Ling again. After the previous humiliation, he and teacher Zhou Lin had become the laughingstock of the academy. This humiliation he had to wash away today. He could not help but look at teacher Zhou Lin in the distance. At this moment, teacher Zhou Lin nodded heavily at him, full of anticipation. "Lin Ling, enemies will meet. I did not expect you to meet me again." Yi Yiming shouted coldly. Chapter 3476. Old Hooligan. Help! Upon mentioning this, Yi Yiming nearly vomited blood from anger. Previously, Lin Ling had repeatedly helped him up, but he kept falling down. He had become a huge joke. Lin Ling, I want you to pay me back 100 times, no, 1,000 times for the humiliation from last time. Yi Yiming roared angrily as a powerful aura burst out. I don't think you stand a chance. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, still as nonchalant as ever. However, as Yi Yiming's aura kept increasing, the entire stage began to tremble. Billowing blood shadows covered the entire stage as the stage turned into a world of blood. Congealed divine blood. This was Yi Yiming's talent. However, it was a third-grade ultimate desolate body the last time, and now his talent was still increasing. What? Yi Yiming's realm did not change, but his strength seems to have increased. Could it be? It's not a could it be, it's a fact. This guy managed to raise his talent to the peak of the third grade in less than a year. The stage began to shake as countless people stood up. They thought that Yi Yiming would be defeated by Lin Ling once again, but they realized that the battle situation had changed. Knowing shame makes one brave. Only after experiencing shame can a martial artist transform. Yi Yiming has clearly transformed. Teacher Zhou Lin said with a faint smile. Following that, he rubbed his nose and said, Is my disciple only at the third grade? Teacher Zhou Lin, what do you mean? Beside him, a teacher found it even more unbelievable. Boom! Almost at the same time, a blood beam shot into the sky from the stage, as if a god had descended. The fourth grade ultimate desolate body was shockingly displayed, shocking the entire school. Although the fourth grade ultimate desolate body was not unique to the Shun Air Hall, Yi Yiming only had a third grade ultimate desolate body not long ago. And increasing one's talent was the most difficult. It was 1,000 times harder than one's realm. No one expected Yi Yiming to succeed. Yi Yiming has a fourth grade ultimate desolate body. Teacher Xiaoluan and the rest had a drastic change in expression. No one in their class had such talent. Ha ha ha. While they were shocked, Mr. Zhou Lin, who was hiding in the crowd, let out a loud laugh. It was as if he could finally vent all the grievances he had suffered during this period of time. Looking at Yi Yiming again, his entire body had turned red. His surroundings were filled with blood-red light. Those who got close to him, if they were not talented enough, would immediately die from blood loss. Son of Devil, Lin Ling, what do you have to say? Yi Yiming's voice was a lot hoarse. He guessed that Lin Ling should be very surprised right now. Last time, he was only a third-grade talent, which was why he was defeated by Lin Ling. But now, he was a fourth-grade talent, a seemingly insignificant first-grade talent. But his strength had more than doubled. Last time, you helped me up. How many times have you smashed me? This time, I'm going to smash you to death. I'm going to smash you 100 times, 1,000 times. Bloody Sea World. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, Yi Yiming's body erupted with a sea of blood. It was like a river of blood from the underworld, surging toward Lin Ling. I won. At the same time, a prideful voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. The dean, the gods' emissaries of the various classes, and the experts of the various cities narrowed their eyes. If that sea of blood was placed in the 10,000 worlds, it would probably drown many worlds. This battle is a little interesting. If Lin Ling wants to win, it won't be easy. I don't think he'll win. Dean, what do you think of this battle? In my opinion, it might be a draw. Although the Son of Devil has the space-time god eye, and in terms of nobility, it's more powerful than the Supreme Condensed God Blood, but the Supreme Condensed God Blood is of a higher grade. These experts discussed animatedly. At this moment, the surging sea of blood corroded everything and reached Lin Ling. What was frightening was that, even in the face of this sea of blood, Lin Ling still had his hands behind his back and his eyes half closed. That calmness didn't make him look like a martial artist of the 9 prefectures, but more like a god. Almost at the same time, a huge, ancient monument suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea of blood. Then it came crashing down violently. Boom! When the ancient monument came crashing down, endless flames burst out. The sea of blood was unstoppable and was suppressed on the stage, including Yi Yiming. This scene shocked everyone present. Everyone's mouth was agape. What was happening? However, under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling walked over just like that, dragging a silhouette out from the bottom of the monument, grabbing the neck of that person as he stared at him with a strange expression on his face. And the person being grabbed was none other than Yi Yiming. Bang! Following that, Lin Ling smashed Yi Yiming into the ground of the stage. Furthermore, he did not let go of his hand. He continued smashing Yi Yiming's neck, causing the stage to tremble. Smash me 100 times? Smash me 1,000 times? A fourth-grade ultimate desolate body dares to act cool in front of me? Boom! With the final smash, the ground cracked open and a human-shaped crater appeared. Yi Yiming was smashed into the crater once again and fainted completely. He thought that he had reached the fourth-grade ultimate desolate body and could wash away his humiliation. But in the end, he still could not escape the fate of being smashed. Such strength makes me unable to raise my spirits. I hope that I could draw a stronger opponent the next time. In the silence, Lin Ling also left the stage. The entire process was casual, and he did not show any signs of complacency or panic. It was as if everything was only natural. However, around the stage, shocked gazes were already looking at Lin Ling. Even a fourth-grade ultimate desolate body could not withstand a single blow. Could Lin Ling's talent have also reached the fourth grade? Heavens! Lin Ling was only a third grade not long ago. But in this short period of time, he had reached the fourth grade. Yi Yiming had become stronger, but Lin Ling had become even stronger. Over at Teacher Siluan's side, everyone's mouths were agape. Zhuang Yinming, Chu Yun, Earring, Fairy Xian Yin, and company all felt immense pressure. They did not know if Lin Ling was already this strong, or if his strength had only increased during this period of time. In short, this fellow was too hooligan. His strength was as strong as an old hooligan's. His talent has probably reached the fifth grade. The dean squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "Fifth grade? Dean, you must be joking. How can anyone increase their talent by 2 grades in such a short period of time? This is the ultimate desolate body, not the desolate body." The deputy dean was shocked. However, the dean shook his head because he was not sure. Most importantly, if Lin Ling's space-time god I had reached the fourth grade, defeating Yi Yiming would be very easy. After all, the bloodline of the space-time god, I was even more noble. We will know when we continue watching. The dean said indifferently, "Lin Ling is really abnormal. From his eyes, I can see that he doesn't feel any pressure at all for the #1 position in the Shun Air Hall." The vice dean sighed softly and waited quietly. Chapter 3477. It's really the 5th stage. After Lin Ling walked back, Siluan and the others were still surprised, especially Sheng Jinming and the others. They all stared at Lin Ling because they had seen Lin Ling fight in the Starry Sky Forest. They knew that Lin Ling had the dragon bow and was extremely powerful. Moreover, he could transform into a monster. However, they did not expect that Lin Ling had more means than they had imagined. Lin Ling only smiled at everyone's surprise and looked at the Shun San Hall's area. Only a battle of that level could attract his attention. The experts of the Shun San Hall had been cultivating in the Snow Wind Academy for at least 3,000 years. They were much stronger than everyone else. Moreover, many of them were already God's emissaries and God's paladins. They were even stronger than the teachers. "Lin Ling, do you want to enter that battlefield?" Seeing that Lin Ling did not pay attention to the Shun San Hall's area, Siluan was somewhat speechless. According to the rules, Lin Ling was actually half a freshman of the Shun San Hall. However, his eyes were not on the Shun San Hall nor the Shun San Hall. He was actually looking at the strongest area. Could it be that Lin Ling thought that no one in the Shun San Hall's area could stop him? Thinking of this, Siluan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This guy was really a monster. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes were still looking at the Shun San Hall's area. Not long after, it was Lin Ling's turn to fight again. At this moment, many people were looking forward to it. At present, there were fewer and fewer experts in the Shun San Hall. The rest were all elites. They did not know who Lin Ling's opponent would be. Luo Wuchang from the heavenly Luo family. When the opponent appeared, the Shun San Hall's area became the focus again. It's actually Luo Wuchang. This Lin Ling is going to lose. This is a member of the heavenly Luo family. Moreover, Luo Wuchang has joined God Miao's true inheritance. In the Shun San Hall, he is a veteran expert. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. God Miao's true inheritance? Lin Ling, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. This was because this enormous force was the final gathering place of boundary masters in the 9 prefectures. Godslayer Alliance's Xianxia was a true disciple of Miao Shun. Lin Ling, be careful. Luo Wuchang is a second-layer martial progenitor. Furthermore, his talent is extremely outstanding, and his defense is invincible. Although he is only a 4th-grade martial progenitor, he has already reached his peak. Yi Yiming is no match for him, Teacher Cailuan said worriedly. Yi Yiming had just made a breakthrough in his talent, so he was naturally incomparable to Luo Wuchang. To me, he's not much different from Yi Yiming. Lin Ling smiled and floated towards the martial hall. A young man with long blue hair was already standing on the martial arts platform. He was Luo Wuchang. Luo Wuchang was very handsome and had a noble temperament. Just by standing there quietly, he had already attracted the attention of many women. Son of Devil Lin Ling, right? I've heard of you since a few years ago. I didn't think you'd be able to come to the final world. However, defeating Yi Yiming should be your limit. Against me, you still won't be able to win. Later, when we have a proper exchange of pointers, just admit defeat. Luo Wuchang looked at Lin Ling and said. His voice was arrogant, but there was no hint of mockery in it. It was as if he was stating a fact. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say much. He said indifferently, "Make your move." All right, I'll show you the difference between us." Luo Wuchang was stunned for a moment before he said with a frown. He had not expected Lin Ling to be so straightforward. A green light began to emit from his body and merged with his boundary essence. It turned into a fist that flew towards Lin Ling. Although the fist looked ordinary, it was not to be underestimated as it contained the rich boundary essence of a second-layer martial progenitor. According to Lin Ling's previous assessment of his strength, it'll be difficult for him to block this fist. After all, the gap between his cultivation level and Luo Wuchang's is too big. Furthermore, Luo Wuchang's talent is extraordinary. He can merge all living beings into his body and use them to increase the power of his boundary essence. This means that Luo Wuchang's boundary essence has surpassed the second-layer martial progenitor realm. That's right. Unless Lin Ling's talent reaches the 5th grade, then there's still a chance. Speaking of which, when Lin Ling defeated Yi Yiming, the dean guessed that Lin Ling's talent had reached the 5th grade. However, it's too abnormal, so the dean was unable to confirm it. I also feel that it's abnormal. It said that Lin Ling only had the 3rd grade space-time god eye at the beginning. It's only been a year, so it's impossible for him to jump 2 levels. The teachers in the academy began to discuss among themselves. After coming out of the Starry Sky Forest, many teachers had begun to pay attention to Lin Ling. Therefore, they had a certain understanding of Lin Ling's strength. As for the dean and vice dean, they were also staring at Lin Ling. They wanted to confirm if Lin Ling had the 5th grade ultimate desolate body. Facing Luo Wuchang's attack, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He sensed that Luo Wuchang's boundary essence was stronger than an ordinary second-layer martial progenitor. Furthermore, Luo Wuchang had yet to unleash his talent. This guy's strength had obviously surpassed 90% of second-layer martial progenitors. Unfortunately, although he was monstrous, he had encountered Lin Ling. What is Lin Ling doing? He doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Yet his hands are still behind his back. Could it be that he has surrendered? No, he must be preparing the space-time god eye. The space-time god eye is an eye-type talent that can be used to attack. But can his space-time god eye stop Luo Wuchang? Many people stared at Lin Ling in shock. In fact, Lin Ling was too calm. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes finally flickered. Rumble. In the sky, the ancient stone tablet pressed down with an imposing aura that could destroy thousands of gods and demons. Just as everyone had guessed, Lin Ling intended to use the space-time god, to fight against his opponent. Boom! Luo Wuchang originally disdained Lin Ling's space-time god steel, but at this moment he sensed a strange change. It was a terrifying power. His fist no longer attacked Lin Ling, but blasted toward the sky in an attempt to destroy the ancient stone tablet. Bang, bang, bang. A deafening sound rang out, and then Luo Wuchang's body flew back several hundred meters. Rumble. The space-time god steel did not hit Luo Wuchang, but suppressed the martial arts stage, causing it to shake violently. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that your talent has reached the 5th grade? Luo Wuchang stood in the distance and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Previously, he had condensed his boundary essence and blasted it toward the ancient stone tablet, but the result was that he felt as if he had hit the palm of a god. A force that was not weaker than his return to him, causing his arm to go numb, and he could only dodge the attack. When he said this, the Divine Hall was in an uproar. It's really a 5th grade talent. In less than a year, this guy has broken through 2 levels in a row. Heavens, even if it's his cultivation, it's impossible to break through 2 levels in a year. A 6th grade martial sage against a 2nd grade martial ancestor, and a 2nd grade martial ancestor was forced to retreat. This is unbelievable. Chapter 3478. A flame that could burn everything in the world. The dean and deputy dean's pupils trembled violently. They had guessed it before, but they felt that it was impossible, so they were not sure. But now, they were 100% sure. That was because the ancient monument that was filled with multicolored flames was clearly suppressing the martial stage. Following that, their bodies began to tremble. There were 36 colleges in the final world with countless experts. However, Lin Ling was probably the only person who could make an ultimate desolate body break through 2 levels in less than 2 years. This guy was really an old hooligan with formidable strength. Lin Ling ignored everyone's shock and looked at Luo Wuchang indifferently. You had better use your full strength. Those tricks from before were enough to bully some kids. They're useless against me. His words were arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. Luo Wuchang's heart trembled. The contempt disappeared and was replaced with seriousness, as if he had met a top expert of Shun Air Hall. All right, I'll use my full strength next. I hope you can use your full strength as well. Let us fight to our heart's content. Luo Wuchang's aura began to rise as he pushed this battle to its peak. You want me to use my full strength? That will depend on whether you have the ability. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words were still arrogant and frivolous. Luo Wuchang's juniors cursed under their breaths. Lin Ling was too immodest. However, Luo Wuchang did not care about Lin Ling's words. The green light on his body became more intense. Following that, a god appeared behind him. It was a giant wearing green armor. The armor was filled with mysterious runes. He sat cross-legged on the martial stage like the immovable Wisdom King, Daluo Valurium King. This was a talent above the 100 great bloodlines. It was the bloodline of a god. Although it wasn't very pure, the aura it released was extremely terrifying. Although this talent was only a 4th grade talent, it was very close to a 5th grade talent. It was even more noble than Lin Ling's God's Eye. Although Lin Ling had a 5th grade talent, Luo Wuchang's talent was even more noble. Most importantly, his realm was higher. Bang! Green light flickered, and the atmosphere was magnificent. The green armored giant stood up, and with a shake of his burly body, he struck out with his palm. Behind Luo Wuchang, a pair of green wings appeared. They were extremely dazzling, as if they were formed from countless plants. This allowed him to arrive in front of Lin Ling in an instant, and he slapped out with a devastating palm strike. Daluo Valurium King, invincible, Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He had some impression of this talent. In the past, when Li Xiaoyao was a genius of the 9 prefectures, he had also met a genius of the 9 prefectures. Bang! Lin Ling also threw out a punch. At their level, sometimes a clash of strength was the most direct and effective way to deal with it. As Lin Ling punched out, his eyes flashed as the space-time divine steel arrived. One had to admit that this method was indeed impossible to guard against. Luo Wuchang resisted Lin Ling's punch and wanted to suppress Lin Ling, but the space-time divine steel descended from the sky. This made him give up on Lin Ling and punch into the sky, and the sound waves erupted. This sound wave was so terrifying that it could easily collapse thousands of worlds. Rumble. However, the result was the same as before. Luo Wuchang retreated again. Everyone was shocked again. Luo Wuchang's talent had erupted, and his realm was so high, but he still couldn't resist the space-time divine steel. The space-time divine steel was too heaven-defying. Moreover, this didn't conform to common sense, unless Lin Ling's realm essence was not much weaker than Luo Wuchang's. How could they know that Lin Ling's realm essence was indeed not much weaker than Luo Wuchang's? Lin Ling's expression was still calm. His eyes flashed, and the space-time divine steel appeared above Luo Wuchang's head again. Moreover, Lin Ling also rushed forward and punched out with a godly demon body. Luo Wuchang knew that he had been locked on. He roared, Daluo, glazed boundary. Countless green lights shot out, and the giant behind him suddenly raised its 2 heads to the sky. Circles of green ripples bloomed from its body. Rumble. The space-time divine steel was blocked. At the same time, Lin Ling's punch arrived, but when it hit Luo Wuchang's body, it was as if it had hit a divine armor that was as hard as a city. You can't break my defense. Luo Wuchang looked straight at Lin Ling and said indifferently. The green armored giant behind him still had its hands raised to the sky, but circles of green ripples bloomed, and the scene of countless plants growing appeared around them. The Daluo Glaze King was said to be one of the gods who controlled plants during the era of gods. Wherever there were plants, he would not die, so he was called undefeated. To defeat him, one had to have a true 5th-grade ultimate desolate body, a god's bloodline, and the realm of a martial ancestor. Can't break it? Impossible. However, Lin Ling shook his head and floated back. His blue robe fluttered, and the roar of a dragon could be heard. A dragon god roared and circled around Lin Ling before transforming into a 5-meter-long dragon bone bow. Its aura was extremely ferocious. First arrow, Heavenly Dragon's protection. Second arrow, Gather His Majesty's cause. Third arrow, Gods and Ghosts assist. Fourth arrow, Eternal karmic path. Fifth arrow, Myriad Buddha's greeting. Ancient Buddhist chants sounded at the same time. Countless dragon god arrows were shot out, and thousands of arrows crisscrossed the martial platform. Around the martial platform, everyone stood up. This was the first time many of them were seeing Lin Ling use the dragon bow, one of the 8 divine powers of the dragon race. Calamity, vanquishing Sun Bow. The dean also stood up and exclaimed, The 8 divine powers of the dragon race required the bloodline of the dragon race to be used. Could it be that Lin Ling had the bloodline of the dragon race? This guy actually has 2 talents. It seems that our Snow Wind Academy has 5 people with the bloodline of the dragon race. Furthermore, there are 2 in Teacher Cailuan's class. One is Zhuang Yinming, and the other is Lin Ling. Although they have impure bloodlines of the dragon race, the dragon race has disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. It is extremely difficult to obtain their bloodline. The Vice Dean also said excitedly, Dragon race bloodline. On Teacher Cailuan's side, Zhuang Yinming also muttered to himself. In his heart, he was not sure if Lin Ling's bloodline was the purest, but it was definitely purer than his. At this moment, the dragon god swords shot towards Luo Wuchang. They were swift and sharp, pushing him back. What kind of technique is this? Why is it so fierce? Exclamation point. Luo Wuchang constantly blocked the attacks. He was shocked, as if he had encountered a real dragon god. Looking from the martial platform, The scene was extremely spectacular. Countless arrows were constantly attacking Luo Wuchang, densely packed and magnificent. This caused Luo Wuchang to get closer and closer to the edge of the martial platform. If he fell off the martial platform, he would lose without a doubt. Luo Wuchang also noticed this. He roared in his heart. He must hold on. These arrows are about to end. Once this load is over, he will win. However, at this moment, the space-time divine steel smashed down from the sky like the palm of a god. This space-time divine steel was even more terrifying than before. 10% of the ancestral power also descended. Chapter 3479. A true 5th grade ultimate desolate body. Under the combined attacks of the space-time divine steel and the dragon god's arrow, Luo Wuchang could no longer withstand it. He was sent flying off the stage and smashed into the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. Luo Wuchang had been defeated. The crowd immediately fell silent. Moments later, all sorts of voices could be heard. No one expected Lin Ling to win, and in such a straightforward manner. There was not even a prolonged battle. He had completely suppressed Luo Wuchang throughout the entire process. And such a powerful move even caused the experts of the third hall to lock onto the battle. Their expressions were extremely solemn. As for Luo Wuchang, he sat by the side of the stage. The green light on his body had dimmed. He constantly shook his head, as though he was still unable to react. Only when a voice confirmed that Lin Ling had won did he raise his head in disbelief and look at the blue-robed youth on the stage. "How could I have lost?" he muttered to himself. 10% of the power of ancestors. Lin Ling has become the 23rd expert in the third hall with the power of ancestors. A teacher's voice sounded. The power of ancestors. Luo Wuchang's pupils violently trembled. The power of ancestors. Lin Ling also possessed the power of ancestors. One had to know that the power of ancestors was comprehended by martial ancestors with limited talent. As for young people like them, most of them had worked hard on their talent. The power of ancestors had yet to be born. This was because they had limited time. It was impossible for them to improve their talent and comprehend the power of ancestors. However, Lin Ling's talent had improved, and he had even comprehended the power of ancestors. Luo Wuchang's heart roared. He stared at Lin Ling and said, "The power of ancestors of 5th grade space-time divine steel and the means of the dragon race. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. However, in 10 years at the third hall, let's fight again." For Luo Wuchang to become one of the best in the third hall, his will was naturally not weak. He knew that he had to be courageous after being humiliated. 10 years. Lin Ling calmly shook his head. With his current growth rate, he would be an expert of the third hall in 10 years. He was no longer interested in the battles of the third hall. However, he did not explain. He turned and left. However, Luo Wuchang glared at him with anger in his eyes. "Lin Ling, son of the devil, what do you mean by this? Are you disdaining to fight me?" He thought that Lin Ling looked down on him. 10 years later, if you want to fight me, then wait until you enter the Shun San Hall. At this time, Lin Ling's ethereal voice finally floated over, leaving Luo Wuchang stunned. 10 years. Lin Ling actually planned to use 10 years to enter the Shun San Hall? Heavens, what is this guy thinking? One had to know that the strong cultivators of the Shun San Hall had been training at the Snow Wind Academy for at least 3,000 years. Moreover, they were the best of the best. This meant that if they wanted to enter the Shun San Hall, they would need at least 3,000 years. But if they were weaker, they might not be able to succeed even after 3,000 years. They would still be able to enter the Shun San Hall. Therefore, if Luo Wuchang wanted to fight Lin Ling again, he would have to become an expert of the third hall. The time was only 10 years. Luo Wuchang lost his confidence in an instant. It turned out that Lin Ling did not disdain to fight with him, but he wanted to catch up with Lin Ling's footsteps. This Lin Ling is really powerful. He amazes everyone with a single brilliant feat. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, the dean praised. He thought that this battle would last for a long time, but but it ended so quickly that it was beyond his imagination. Yes, even I was surprised. He hasn't even been in the Snow Wind Academy for 5 years. The Vice Dean also sighed. After this battle, the Shuni Hall also broke out into a fierce battle. Unfortunately, the one who won the first place was not from Lin Ling's class. Looking at the Shun San Hall again, the battle was extremely fierce. All kinds of ancestor power and powerful talents emerged one after another, shocking everyone. After a long time, the Battle of the Shun San Hall also ended, leaving many people with a rich aftertaste. Only the Battle of the Shun San Hall continued. Although the Battle of the Shun San Hall was not as fierce as the Battle of the Shun San Hall, many people were still looking forward to it. The reason was Lin Ling. The number of experts in the Shun San Hall was getting fewer and fewer. Not long after, it was Lin Ling's turn to fight again. His opponent was called Yang Hu, and he was also one of the top 10 experts in the Shun San Hall. However, just like before, Lin Ling used the space-time, divine steel, and 10,000 elephant demon eyes and easily defeated him. I'm convinced, Yang Hu said with a sigh, because Lin Ling became an expert of the Shun San Hall because of the freshman trial. But even he was defeated. How could he not be convinced? Perhaps Lin Ling was about to become the representative of the Snow Wind Academy and compete with the other 35 academies. Yang Hu was also defeated. Except for Tian Ao, no one could stop Lin Ling's rise. The final battle of the Shun San Hall was quietly approaching. On the martial arts stage, Lin Ling and Tian Ao looked at each other indifferently. All the competition zones had ended, which caused everyone to pay attention to this battle. Nervousness, anticipation, and excitement spread. Teacher Siluan Chu Yun, Fairy Xian Yin, and the others held their palms together, their palms full of sweat. They hoped that Lin Ling would win the final battle. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, if I defeat you, I should be able to become the disciple of Wentian martial god. In the silence, Tian Ao was the first to speak. You can become anyone's disciple, but you have to become Wentian martial god. It seems that I have to wake you up. The new heavenly court is not as strong as you think. Lin Ling said indifferently. Wentian martial god strength is not something you can understand. After I defeat you, you will understand everything. Tian Ao shook his head. He was not angry and his face was extremely calm. Previously, they all said that they would defeat me, but they all lost in the end. Therefore, such words are quite boring. Of course, I will let you be like them and become a braggart. Furthermore, I will make you too ashamed to join the new heavenly court, and you will obediently withdraw. Lin Ling smiled. He did not have a good impression of the new heavenly court. However, because this was the final world, the new heavenly court did not dare to kill him easily. Similarly, he could not kill the new heavenly court's people easily. Therefore, he planned to defeat them and deal a fatal blow to the new heavenly court, preventing them from recruiting experts. Hearing this, Tian Ao smiled. He was still not angry. It could be seen that he did not have a strong sense of belonging to the new heavenly court. He was only there because of its reputation. Unfortunately, I am not them. Tian Ao finally spat out a sentence. After he finished speaking, he displayed his talent. His cultivation was at the second level of the martial ancestor realm, but his talent was extremely terrifying. Grade 5 Ultimate Desolate Body. This is a true Grade 5 talent. Although Lin Ling's space-time god is Grade 5, it is not an orthodox Grade 5 talent. On the other hand, Tian Ao has the true bloodline of a god. It seems that Lin Ling has lost. There is no way he can win. Both of them have Grade 5 Ultimate Desolate Bodies, but Tian Ao's is obviously much stronger than Lin Ling's. After the aura exploded, the Divine Hall was shaken. Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Ling felt a strong pressure. Grade 5 talent? Chapter 3480. Azura Divine Treasury. As for Lin Ling's space-time god eye, although it was also a Grade 5 god eye, it had been activated after birth. Otherwise, its potential would have never reached Grade 5. While everyone was still in shock, Tian'ao was still activating his talent. The light of God shone brightly, and the sky was filled with stars. It was as if the gods were singing. Azura, divine treasury. This was an extremely rare innate talent. It wasn't a bloodline, it wasn't a beast, and it wasn't the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was the netherworld's Azura divine treasury. This was God's armory. In the sky, behind Tian'ao, countless divine weapons were flying. There were swords, sabers, ancient pagodas, horsetail whisks, etc. He, Tian'ao, was like a superior god who controlled the divine weapon. Such a talent was undoubtedly even more shocking to the crowd. How was this still a human? This was simply a god. Linling was also surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a talent. At this moment, Tian'ao was standing on the battle stage. He looked at Linling calmly, as if he had seen through the world. His chi became more and more terrifying. Divine weapons circled around him, forming a ferocious storm. This storm enveloped Tian'ao's body, causing him to become somewhat hazy. The surroundings instantly became quiet. However, Linling knew that this was only the calm before the storm. The storm might arrive in an instant. If you can block one of my attacks, you can compete with me for first place, and you can even force me out of the new heavenly court. But if you can't, you don't even have the right to let me look at you. At this moment, Tian'ao's voice finally floated out from the god's storm. In the next moment, the god's tempest began to churn, and countless swords, sabers, and spears shot out. Quick! It had already reached the speed of 400 worlds. Everyone had the same feeling. With such a powerful talent, it was as if those swords were being held by God. Linling couldn't possibly block them. Linling was going to lose. Just as this thought arose, many people saw Linling's body being pierced through by those swords. He couldn't be more dead. At this moment, everyone was shocked. But very quickly, those swords and sabers started dancing again, as if they were looking for a new enemy, because on the martial platform, another Linling appeared. Following that, more and more Linling appeared. In the end, Linling's figures were everywhere. The martial platform also began to change. It was full of vitality, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. How was this still a martial platform? It was simply a whole new world. Tian'ao was stunned. He had the strongest talent, and his cultivation level was higher than Linling's. He thought that he could defeat Linling in one move, but Linling dodged it. What? Linling dodged it. Heavens! What is this? Why are there so many Linling? Could it be an external incarnation technique or an illusion? Many people were also shocked. This was originally a one-sided battle, but there was actually a turning point. Even the dean and the others were stunned. They looked carefully at the changes on the martial platform, and then their faces changed drastically. Because they thought that those were external incarnations, but they didn't look like it. They thought that they were illusions, but everything was vivid and lifelike. Most importantly, the reason why they couldn't see through them was that all the Lin linings seemed to be alive and capable of fighting. As for those flowers and plants, they were naturally real. Could it be that this guy created a world? This is the method of a god. The vice dean shook his head continuously. At their level, external incarnations and illusions couldn't affect them. But if it was to create a world, it was a different story. This was because cultivators were originally situated within the universal void, and no one was able to surpass these laws. If you created a world and others entered your world, then they would definitely be affected by your world, and their strength would be weakened by a few degrees. Unfortunately, no one knew that this was Linling's illusion god true inheritance, the illusion god world. You blocked my move. Not bad, not bad. I admit that you have the qualifications to fight with me, but only the qualifications. After being surprised, Tian'ao said indifferently, although your method is very powerful and can display outstanding results in a life and death battle, we are fighting on the martial platform. Your strength is not as good as mine. I only need to defeat all the Linling that I create, then you will lose. He obviously couldn't see through this world, but he planned to use brute force to break it. After saying that, he pushed with both hands, and the weapons belonging to gods shot out majestically, and they could continuously split. One sword became two, and gradually became four. So was the spear. These divine weapons shot towards Lin Ling's world, killing all the Lin Ling in the world. It was simply unstoppable. Gradually, only one Lin Ling appeared. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. This must be the real Lin Ling. There was no way to avoid it. Ha! Tian Ao suddenly smiled faintly and shouted, "Sword come!" A sword immediately appeared in his hand. After being grasped by him, he shot towards Lin Ling. Behind him, countless divine weapons also shot towards Lin Ling. The scene was extremely spectacular. Rumble. However, at this moment, the space-time divine steel appeared in the sky. After smashing down, it was immediately blocked by countless divine weapons. The invincible space-time divine steel actually failed. This also showed how powerful Tian Ao's talent was. And Tian Ao was even more certain that the final person was Lin Ling's real body. Now, let's see how Lin Ling will block it. However, at this moment, the dragon bow appeared, and countless dragon god arrows shot over. This method made Tian Ao take it seriously, but that was it. He shouted go. It was as if an armory had opened behind him. Divine shields, divine chariots, divine cannons, and other weapons also rushed towards the countless dragon gods. With these divine weapons blocking, he was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. You've used up all your tricks. Let's see how you block me. Tian Ao smiled. When he arrived in front of Lin Ling, he viciously slashed down with his sword. It was as if a god's sword was splitting the world. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's hand touched his back, and he shouted, "Sword, come!" With the tyrannical song sword in hand, murderous and demonic aura surged out. Clang! The two swords collided, and the deafening sound was like a battle between the divine and demonic swords. The smile on Tian Ao's face turned into disdain. Lin Ling's lousy sword can block me? However, his smile quickly froze because he realized that the sword in Lin Ling's hand suddenly became huge. Demonic aura surged, as if the demon ancestor had arrived. This is the ancestral power? Tian Ao was shocked. Moreover, this ancestral power continued to increase. 10%, 20%, 30%. How is this possible? He's only in the sage realm. How can he have such a huge amount of ancestral power? Tian Ao felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind was buzzing. At this moment, the sword and the sword both reached the peak of their power. A blinding light burst out, forming a terrifying storm that swept across the universe. Then, the two figures were sent flying. This powerful collision undoubtedly shocked the entire temple. Then, many people rubbed their eyes and looked over. Only then did they realize that Lin Ling had retreated more than 300 meters. Chapter 34:81. The Observer of God. This meant that Tian Ao was at a disadvantage in the clash of the two swords. When this result came out, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Some of the experts from Shun Air Hall slapped themselves in the face, afraid that they were dreaming. This was because Tian Ao was publicly acknowledged as the strongest in Shun Air Hall. On the other hand, Lin Ling was a new disciple and was only a saint. The loser should be Lin Ling. Luo Wucheng, who was defeated by Lin Ling earlier, had his mouth wide open. Even though he had lost earlier, he was still unconvinced. But now he was convinced. Could it be the ancestral power? That sword should have provided a powerful ancestral power. But how could Lin Ling control such a powerful ancestral power with his cultivation? The headmaster was also frowning. Only Lin Ling knew that the ancestral power of the tyrannical song sword had been unsealed. However, he couldn't use it to its limit unless he had the approval of the sword hilt. But even without using all of the ancestral power, Lin Ling felt that with his sword in hand, he could rule the world. He raised his eyes and smiled at Tian Ao. Tian Ao, if you really want to be Wentian martial god's disciple, let me remind you, it's better for you to be Wentian martial god's disciple. Sigh. Compared to Lin Ling's calmness, Tian Ao was starting to get irritated because he couldn't defeat Lin Ling. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who?" "Sai. Of course it's me, but I'm not familiar with you. If you want to be my disciple, I'll have to think about it." "Sai," Lin Ling said in a serious tone. He was telling the truth because Wintian martial god was trained by him. It was just that Wintian martial god had cultivated for a longer time, which was why he was so strong. You bastard, Sai. However, Tian Ao thought that Lin Ling was mocking him and was furious. Moreover, he wanted to be Lin Ling's disciple, but Lin Ling said that he would have to think about it. How arrogant. Die. Tian Ao controlled countless divine weapons and charged towards Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. Tian Ao, who had always been calm, had lost his rationality. From this point of view, Tian Ao had already lost half the battle. Lin Ling gripped the Tyrant Song sword tightly and activated his 5 dantians, relying on his god-fiend body to resist the attack. The space-time divine steel also smashed down from time to time. Occasionally, Lin Ling would use the illusion god True Inheritance. For a moment, the two of them were locked in battle. If this goes on, Tian Ao won't be able to win against Lin Ling. The dean and the others frowned. Lin Ling looked like he was being suppressed by Tian Ao. However, anyone could tell that he was still calm and collected. On the contrary, the more Tian Ao fought, the more aggrieved he became. It was as if he was suppressing some kind of anger in his heart. He flew back and said calmly, "Lin Ling, I'm going to use all my talents. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better give it your all, or you'll lose." He knew very well that according to the current situation, the outcome would not be determined in 2 hours. However, Lin Ling looked very calm. It was likely that he was still hiding some powerful means. Many people had guessed this and were extremely curious about it. After Tian Ao finished speaking, he opened his hands and divine light enveloped the stage. At that moment, he was like a noble son of God. The divine weapons that seemed to come from the underworld flew towards him in a beautiful trajectory. Finally, they turned into a large blob of golden light. Tian Ao had disappeared. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered. This was the first time he had seen a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body that could be used to the extreme. And this was also the means of a powerful martial ancestor. If it were an ordinary martial ancestor, they would mainly use the power of their ancestors. After all, not everyone's ultimate desolate body could reach the 5th grade. The golden light gradually shrunk and turned into a golden eggshell about a meter in size. When the eggshell appeared, the entire temple seemed to fall silent. However, soon, a crisp sound could be heard. The eggshell cracked, and following that, a palm reached out from the eggshell. "What is this?" Everyone was alarmed. Tian Ao seemed to be transforming. Furthermore, they realized that the palm was wearing a steel glove. It gave off an extremely dignified feeling. Kacha! The eggshell kept cracking, as if a powerful god was being born. When the eggshell completely shattered, a burly figure finally appeared in front of everyone. This person was wearing majestic divine armor. He wore a helmet and combat boots. There were many runic seals on the armor. However, if one looked carefully, they could vaguely see the shapes of swords and sabers. Shua! At the same time, a roar came from behind this person. A pair of 5-meter-long wings spread open. Upon closer inspection, these wings were formed by countless spears and swords. It was majestic. Sky Warrior? Or Onijuro Warrior? The way I see it, this is a living example of a holy knight of God. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they immediately let out a series of exclamations. Even Lin Ling frowned. He realized that Tian Ao had completely unleashed his talent. All the weapons of God had melted into the armor. This technique was really mysterious. Perhaps Tian Ao had obtained a technique left behind by God in a secret realm. That was how he had mastered this technique. At this moment, a whistling sound could be heard from the front. Countless golden lights burst out. Tian Ao had disappeared. However, Lin Ling knew that it was not that Tian Ao had disappeared. He had made his move. His speed had reached an unimaginable level. It was definitely above 500 worlds. The speed of 500 worlds was something that Lin Ling could only achieve when he fused with his talent. Space-time tablet. Lin Ling's eyes caught a ray of golden light in front of him. The space-time tablet was indeed worthy of its name. It actually caught up with Tian Ao. A rumbling sound could be heard. However, Tian Ao punched the sky, and the huge tablet was immediately sent flying. Terrifying. They were both fifth-grade talents, but the space-time tablet was unable to withstand a single blow. This also showed how powerful Tian Ao's talent was. Illusory God World. Lin Ling was not surprised. He shouted again, "These techniques are useless against me. I have obtained the Observer's technique. An observer who can cultivate to become a god. You are no match for me." Tian Ao shook his head in the face of the illusions around him. His entire body spun like a top. The huge wings behind him shot out countless swords and spears. It was like a sword storm. Bang, bang, bang. The swords and spears shot out in all directions. All the illusions were immediately destroyed. This shocked everyone. Tian Ao had become too powerful. An observer? Could it be that he was the sacred knight of God who observed Jiuzhou on behalf of God? Tian Ao disappeared again. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Ling. A long spear with endless golden light attacked fiercely. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He immediately slashed forward with his tyrant song. However, after Tian Ao transformed into an observer, his strength was indeed much stronger. Under the attack of the spear, Lin Ling was immediately sent flying. Moreover, the blood in Lin Ling's body was surging. It was obvious that he had suffered some injuries. Chapter 3482. Lin Ling's Dragon Race Bloodline. After Tianao's attack, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling in shock. From his point of view, Lin Ling could not block his spear. But now, Lin Ling was only pushed back. Even if he was injured, it did not seem serious. What kind of technique did this sage Lin Ling have to hide? How could his defense be so terrifying? The dean and deputy dean were also shocked. The surrounding people were the same. Only teacher Xiaoluan and the rest were worried. Lin Ling had already reached the final step. He could not be defeated. At this moment, Tianao pointed his spear at Lin Ling and said calmly, "Lin Ling, are you still not planning on using your final move? Or do you not have such a technique? Let me tell you, with your current state, you have no chance of winning. Also, after defeating you, you will become my proof of allegiance, allowing me to become heaven-seeking martial God's disciple. Don't mention that trash. I will not stop you from acknowledging a dog as your master, but that trash will not allow it." Hearing this, Lin Ling finally spoke. "You boast shamelessly." Tianao was immediately enraged. Heaven-seeking martial God, whom he admired the most, was not even comparable to a dog. He was even treated as trash by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling completely ignored his words and said coolly, "Since you want to see my ultimate move so much, then fine, I'll show it." With that said, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Tianao also frowned. He was only guessing previously, but he never expected Lin Ling to really hide his final move. At this moment, smoke began to billow out from Lin Ling's body. It was as if he was burning. His soul power extended out like tentacles and began to fuse with his talent. Roar! The heavenly dragon's bones rushed out from his body and hovered in the billowing smoke. That dragon's might shocked the entire temple. Although the heavenly dragon's bones were still a first-grade ultimate desolate body, Lin Ling had refined many dragon bones in the rainbow world. He was many times stronger than before. Therefore, the moment this heavenly dragon appeared, everyone was shocked. In the Snow Wind Academy, there were 5 people who possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan. But under the heavenly dragon, they felt an enormous pressure, because that was the true dragon clan, and they were merely a subspecies of the dragon god bloodline. The purest dragon bloodline. Could he be a member of the dragon race? A teacher shouted with a trembling voice. The dragon race. the dragon clan that had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. The entire temple seemed to have been overturned. Everyone was shouting excitedly, as if they were the ones who possessed the dragon bloodline. The purest dragon bloodline was extremely rare in the final world. It was no wonder they were shocked. However, was that all the shock? After the heavenly dragon circled the sky once, it charged into the smoke of the martial stage. However, at this moment, a violent wind appeared and transformed into a dragon. The wind follows the dragon. The cloud follows the tiger. The dragon god formed by the violent winds rushed into the sky above the temple. Another one. Before everyone could recover from their shock, another wave of shock struck their hearts, because they noticed that the dragon god formed by the violent winds was the real purest bloodline. One dragon bloodline was already very shocking, but Lin Ling had two. Swish, swish, swish. The dean and the vice dean also stood up in surprise at this moment. As for Xianxia and the old woman, they were also surprised. Although they knew that Lin Ling's strength was not weak, they did not expect that Lin Ling's two dragon god bloodlines were the purest. The potential of these two bloodlines was very strong, not weaker than Tianao's. At this moment, endless sludge also surged out and actually swallowed the two dragon gods. If one looked carefully, the sludge had an enormous, ominous aura, which actually made many people tremble in fear. Another talent. How many talents does this guy have? Someone noticed the murderous aura emitted by the sludge and could not help but stand up. Then he pointed at Lin Ling with his mouth wide open, completely speechless. What a terrifying murderous aura. The potential of this talent is also not to be underestimated. I did not expect that there would be such a monster in our class. Teacher Xiaoluan seemed to be a little numb, but her heart was wild with joy. 3 talents, and all of them were the most ancient talents. There were not many of them in the 36 academies. The Dragon God bloodline and the Murderous bloodline. How does Lin Ling have so many talents? Moreover, he has mastered so many talents. Does he have enough boundary essence? At this moment, Tianao was the most surprised, and in addition to his surprise, there was also a strong sense of jealousy. He only had 1 powerful talent, while Lin Ling had 3. No, it should be 4. How could he not be jealous? Of course, it wasn't just him. The flames of envy burned in the eyes of all the experts from the 3rd hall. Even though Lin Ling's current strength couldn't compare to them, it was only a matter of time before he caught up to them with his natural talent. Why did these talents not belong to them? All the experts were roaring in their hearts. Your talent is terrifying, but if you're not strong enough, everything is just paper. Come, let's have the final clash. Tianao suppressed his surprise and said indifferently. He did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling, so he used his strongest move. The wings behind his back wrapped around him, and golden light shone brightly. Once again, it turned into a golden eggshell, but with a strong divine aura. It was as if a god was alive. The people around the stage all felt the pressure. Some teachers even muttered to themselves, Ancestors' power has been born, at least 30%. 30%, 20%. It is sometimes high and sometimes low. It is extremely strange. The other teachers were also shocked. They were all curious about Tianao's strongest move. Boom! Almost at the same time, the golden eggshell exploded, and countless weapons swept out from all directions with the eggshell as the center. It felt as if a storm had suddenly exploded. It was as if a god had self-destructed his cultivation. Heavens, he actually used all the weapons in the Azura divine treasury to attack the enemy. Moreover, those weapons that were shot out contained Ancestors' power. Many people cried out in shock because they saw that the various divine weapons that erupted actually cracked the martial stage's divine enchantment formation. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. At present, Lin Ling had nowhere to run, so how would he face it? Then, people saw several divine spears with Ancestors' power shooting into the billowing smoke where Lin Ling was. They were afraid that Lin Ling would be seriously injured. Roar! But at this moment, a monstrous roar came out, and the smoke began to disperse, and a huge black mountain appeared. No, it was not a mountain, but an extremely strange giant. This giant's body was pitch black like a demon king, but his shoulders and limbs were in the shape of a dragon, and he was hundreds of meters tall, giving people a strong sense of shock. Looking at the giant's head, people were surprised to find that the giant's facial features were somewhat delicate, and coupled with the demon king's body, it gave people a very harmonious feeling. Crack. Chapter 3483. The Battle of the Shrine had ended. At this moment, even the dean exclaimed. What kind of strength was needed to destroy a divine weapon with ancestral power? Could it be the power of the 3,000 worlds? How could he know that Lin Ling's transformation had reached the power of 5,000 worlds? Although there was no ancestral power and no large amount of world essence, his physical strength was enough to destroy everything. This was the method to cultivate the physical strength to the limit. Like a dragon and a demon. What? Tian Ao floated in the sky, and his expression changed slightly. Roar. But at this moment, a huge monster pounced over with a speed of 500 worlds. This caused Tian Ao's heart to thump, and a sense of fear rose in his heart. Destroy the world. Roar. He roared, and all the divine weapons in the Azura divine treasury attacked Lin Ling. Even if a real god was here, he would be killed. Looking from outside the martial stage, the scene was extremely shocking. One was a god, the other was a demon. It was as if they had returned to the great war of gods and demons thousands of years ago. However, the monster seemed to not know what fear was. He raised his dragon claws and swept in all directions. Boom, boom. Those divine weapons were actually all destroyed. Gusts of terrifying astral wind swept in all directions at the same time, causing Tian Ao's face to change greatly. The fear in his heart also became stronger. He shouted in a low voice, spread his wings, and flew to the other side with him. That monster was too terrifying, and he had no choice but to dodge. But could he leave just because he wanted to? Just as he appeared on the other side, a huge demon god appeared there. Its speed was slightly faster than his, and it threw a punch at him. This punch was like the collapse of heaven and earth, and it could destroy 10,000 worlds. It could even destroy Jiuzhou. In Tian Ao's eyes, the punch was like a myriad of worlds, and it was constantly expanding. He immediately sensed the smell of death. He did not expect that he, who had such a powerful talent, would feel the smell of death when facing a Sage Realm expert. I admit defeat. At the critical moment, Tian Ao shouted. After shouting, he became dispirited, as if all his strength had disappeared. Perhaps he had originally thought that he would definitely obtain first place, but the final result had exceeded his imagination, causing him to suffer a huge blow. Admit defeat? Tian Ao, who possessed a 5th-grade talent and a cultivation of the 2nd-layer martial progenitor realm, had surrendered. Moreover, his opponent was only a new student, and he was only at the Saint realm. The temple was in an uproar. Everyone was caught in a state of shock and disbelief. I never expected that even my son would lose. It's really unbelievable. Logically speaking, Lin Ling's ultimate desolate body may be powerful, but its level is not high enough. He should not have been able to win. However, I don't know what divine technique he has cultivated, but he managed to stack all his talents together. My son's loss is not unjustified, the dean said with a sigh. That's right. This son of the demon Lin Ling is really not simple. Perhaps the battle of the divine princes of the 36 colleges will be his showpiece. The vice dean sighed and glanced at Song Qiri. He still remembered that Song Qiri had said that no one was qualified to accept Lin Ling as their disciple. Now, he somewhat understood what Song Qiri meant. At that time, he will be the pride of Snow Wind City and Snow Wind Academy. The vice dean could not help but laugh. He laughed excitedly. Snow Wind Academy was only the starting point of Lin Ling, the son of the demon. Perhaps, in the future, Lin Ling would become one of the true gods of war. I hereby announce that the first place of the Shinseken Hall is Lin Ling. At this moment, The vice dean stood up and announced. As expected, the entire temple was in an uproar again. Currently, among the 3 competition zones, the Shun Second Hall's competition zone was the most intense and the most unpredictable. He won. On Teacher Xiaolin's side, everyone laughed. Chu Yun, Fairy Xanyan, and Earring stared at the tall giant on the battle platform with strange expressions in their eyes. They were the true daughters of the gods of the 9 states. Generally speaking, very few people could enter their eyes. This was because there were very few men with strength, temperament, and appearance. But now, the demon-like man on the battle platform had undoubtedly fulfilled the conditions in their hearts. He was someone they could only look up to and be attracted to. Haha, the young master really won. On the dean's side, although Xianxia knew that Lin Ling would definitely win, he was still extremely happy to witness this battle with his own eyes. Beside him, the old woman also nodded with a smile. In this way, Lin Ling's first task of the divine trial had been successfully completed. After the first place of the Shin Second Hall was confirmed, the academy began to give out the rewards. Everyone received 1 billion royal crystals and could enter the Dragon Space Valley to cultivate once. When the rewards were given out, the dean personally spoke a few words of praise to Lin Ling. This made the other 2 first places extremely jealous. This was because they were also first place, but they could not receive the rewards from the dean. Unfortunately, Lin Ling looked indifferent. Instead, he stared at the rewards and was excited. 1 billion royal crystals, plus the 10 billion royal crystals that he had obtained in the Intentionless City, he could enter the 7th stage of the Sage Realm. After that, Lin Ling left a word of thanks and turned to leave the stage. This made Teacher Xiaolin and the rest shake their heads. This was because Lin Ling rarely appeared in the Snow Wind Academy. Now that he had won the first place, he did not even say a few words to the academy and left after receiving the rewards. This made them speechless, especially the dean. He was the most embarrassed and could only laugh loudly. After Lin Ling walked down, a voice called out to him. It was Tian Ao. Lin Ling, I have lost this battle. However, it won't be long before I defeat you. Tian Ao looked at Lin Ling with fear. Perhaps in his mind, he still regarded Lin Ling as a monster. If you can't enter the Shen Third Hall in 10 years, I think we should forget about this battle. Lin Ling smiled and looked at him calmly as he spoke. Don't worry, within 10 years, I will enter the Shen Third Hall. Tian Ao said solemnly. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, If you win, I promise you that I will withdraw from the new heavenly court. How about that? After he finished speaking, Lin Ling looked at him strangely. Then he smiled and nodded. He turned to leave and said at the same time, You are teachable. Tian Ao's mouth fell open. Teachable? Lin Ling used the tone of a senior to speak to him again. You are infuriating me. Tian Ao clenched his teeth. That guy is a bastard. You want to be martial god when Tian's disciple? To be honest, you should be my disciple. Of course, I am still considering whether to accept you as my disciple or not. However, you are a man of your words. I have changed my view of you. Perhaps in the future, I will accept you as my disciple. Lin Ling's voice came again. Tian Ao was so angry that his face turned black. Lin Ling looked younger than him. How dare he accept him as his disciple? However, he was not as strong as Lin Ling, and he had nothing to say. He only hoped that he would become stronger in the future and defeat Lin Ling. He wanted to let Lin Ling know that he was still far from being his master. Chapter 3484. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio heading to Dragon Space Valley. Coming out of the Snow Wind Academy, Lin Ling led Xiao Yu and the others forward and soon returned to the courtyard. The old lady and Xianxia followed Lin Ling. They seemed to be even more respectful to Lin Ling. This was because they had finally seen Lin Ling's powerful potential. Lin Ling, congratulations on becoming the #1 in Shun Air Hall. The old lady was the first to speak. She then smiled and said, You could train in Dragon Space Valley after 3 days. It's an extremely strange place. Everything is empty, and there are many mysterious forces in the universe. You have to make good use of this opportunity. Dragon Space Valley? What's that? Lin Ling was suddenly curious. The so-called Dragon Space Valley is located in a void in the universe. It was created by a deity. It is said that it was the place where a great deity became a deity. Therefore, it is filled with all kinds of mysterious forces. There have been people who have improved their cultivation and talents in it. There are also people who have obtained divine weapons, and so on. Everything depends on fate. Moreover, Dragon Space Valley is shared by all 36 academies. Therefore, if you enter Dragon Space Valley, there's a high chance that you will meet experts from other academies. Of course, each academy can only send 3 people in. Therefore, under normal circumstances, you won't meet any experts. The old lady continued to speak. Lin Ling immediately looked forward to it. What he wanted to improve the most now was his physical strength. It would be great if he could obtain treasures like dragon bones and dragon blood. After pondering for a while, he decided to leave his breakthrough in Dragon Space Valley. This was because he could save a lot of royal crystals. Lin Ling, you have completed one of the divine trial missions. Earlier, Lei Gong had arranged for me to let you take on the second mission. Moreover, the other 9 participants are currently in the 3rd mission. There are even some who are in the 5th mission. Therefore, you have to work harder, the old lady said again. Lin Ling was immediately curious about who the other participants were. To be able to become Lei Gong's participants, their strength should not be much weaker than his. What's the second mission? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. Find the world organization and destroy them. Take back the world will. The old lady's face turned serious as she said faintly, Will of the world? It wasn't the first time that Lin Ling had heard this phrase, and his curiosity grew. Yes, the old woman nodded. The will of the world is spread throughout the 9 continents and the universe. It is the most terrifying existence. Moreover, it has many successors. Some of these successors are strong, and some are weak. The mission that Lei Gong assigned to you is to eliminate one of the successors. That successor is stronger than you, but you still have a chance to obtain the will of the world. As for that world's organization, we will find it for you. What you need to do is to go alone and seize the world's will. Remember, you're not the only one seizing the world's will. There are other trial challengers, and some of them are not even Lei Gong's people. Therefore, you must succeed. You cannot disgrace Lei Gong. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The only thing he could do now was to wait for news from the old woman, and during this period of time, he could also increase his strength. After explaining Lei Gong's mission, the old woman and Xianxia chatted with Lin Ling. Xianxia felt that Lin Ling's courtyard was extraordinary. Lin Ling's talent showed signs of improvement. Lin Ling also explained a little. However, he felt that as he set up the array, the power of the spiritual marrow became stronger and stronger. It began to spread out of the courtyard. This would definitely attract the attention of other experts. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Ling planned to buy all the nearby courtyards. That night, the old woman and the others stayed in Lin Ling's courtyard to accompany Lin Ling for dinner. Xiaoyu was extremely happy. She ran around innocently, which made the old woman, who had always been cold, smile. However, both she and Xianxia could see that this little girl was extraordinary. Moreover, with their strength, they couldn't see through her. Of course, they were also confused. However, they were too embarrassed to ask Lin Ling about it. The night passed quickly. During these 2 days, Lin Ling stayed in the courtyard to consolidate his cultivation. After the battle at the Shun Air Hall, Lin Ling knew that there would always be someone stronger than him. If he hadn't learned some other skills in the Rainbow Realm, he would have been defeated by Tianao. At this moment, Lin Ling could not wait to reach the martial progenitor realm. That way, he would be able to open his 6th Dantian. Unfortunately, his cultivation couldn't be fast. Even if he forcefully reached the martial progenitor realm, it would not be good for his future. Therefore, Lin Ling held back. His vision was not limited to the martial progenitor realm. He wanted to become a martial god, or even a deity. This was because martial god Wen Tian and Luli Empress were both ranked among the top 10 martial gods in the 9 continents. Without the strength of a martial god, he would not be able to wash away his hatred. Fortunately, Lin Ling's talent was terrifying. Moreover, he had only been in the final world for less than 5 years. His speed of growth was beyond imagination. Therefore, the day of him becoming a martial god was not far away. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Ling informed Xiao Yu and the others before heading to the Snow Wind Academy. This time, the cultivation in the Dragon Space Valley would take a period of time. Therefore, he told Xiao Yu and the others to stay at home obediently. At the same time, he lamented that Yu and the others were not around. If they were here, Xiao Yu would have someone to take care of her. Moreover, he also thought of Lin Yi. He wondered how his son was doing in Qingzhou. When he arrived at the Snow Wind Academy again, the passing students immediately looked at Lin Ling strangely. That's the number 1 in the Shun Air Hall, Lin Ling. His strength is really abnormal. He just passed the freshman trial and became the number 1 in the Shun Air Hall. His cultivation speed is too fast. This kind of person will definitely rise in the final world. After Lin Ling left, the students began to discuss spiritedly. Obviously, the battle 3 days ago had left a heavy shadow in their hearts. Nonsense! The Dragon Space Valley has already opened, and the son of the devil, Lin Ling, is still not here. At this moment, in Lin Ling's class, an old man was angrily looking at the crowd. He was the vice president. Today, he had personally come to pick up Lin Ling. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling would not appear until now? This caused everyone to wait for him. Was he still a student? He was a master. Teacher Xiaoluan and the others also knew that Lin Ling was late and immediately apologized. Teacher Xiaoluan, as the messenger of God, you are responsible for leading the students to the great path of God. However, you did not inform him of such an important matter in advance. The vice president pointed at Teacher Xiaoluan and reprimanded her. Teacher Xiaoluan could only nod her head continuously. Don't think that just because you have some strength, you can do whatever you want. We're the holy cathedral of God. You can't come and go as you please. Teacher Xiaoluan, you are too gentle and too nice to him. That's why he is so lawless. The vice president said angrily again. It's my fault. Teacher Xiaoluan lowered her head even more. Lin Ling is here. At this moment, Chu Yun suddenly shouted. The whole class immediately fell silent. Many people winked at each other, secretly reminding Lin Ling that the vice president was angry. However, when Lin Ling appeared at the door, the vice president was stunned. His originally angry face immediately turned into a smile. It was a very warm and gentle smile. Lin Ling, you are here. Chapter 3485. Dragon Space Valley Cultivation. Vice President, I hope I'm not late. Lin Ling was also taken aback as he said plainly, No, you're the first to arrive. The other God 1 Hall and God 3 Hall's first rankers are simply lawless. They haven't appeared until now, which is a disgrace to the Academy. If they all followed the rules like you, then I wouldn't have to worry so much. The vice president said with a smile. He knew that Lin Ling's background wasn't simple. Even the city lord had to give him face. In addition to his heaven-defying talent, how would he dare to offend him? The whole class was stunned again. Wasn't Lin Ling the last to arrive? How did he become the first? Moreover, Lin Ling followed the rules? Damn, this guy hasn't been seen for more than 10 days, and he's the most powerful person in the entire academy. Subsequently, many people were filled with envy. Even Ms. Xiaoluan was the same. This was because they knew that Lin Ling was actually late, but the vice president didn't dare to reprimand him. It's good that you're here. Let's go to Dragon Space Valley. The vice president smiled again as he led Lin Ling out of the class and towards Dragon Space Valley. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the back mountain of the academy. There are already 2 people waiting there. They were the first rankers of God 1 Hall and God 3 Hall. When the 2 of them saw Lin Ling, the God 1 Hall expert's eyes were filled with reverence. On the other hand, The God Three Hall expert was dissatisfied because he was stronger than Lin Ling, yet he had to wait for Lin Ling. However, with the vice president around, he didn't dare to have any objections. Dragon Space Valley is in the universal void. You can reach the valley from here. However, there are too many strange forces gathered in Dragon Space Valley, so you have to be careful, the vice president said to the three of them. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed like training in Dragon Space Valley wasn't as simple as he thought. Moreover, 36 academies will be entering the Dragon Space Valley this time, so it's very likely that you'll encounter those experts. Next, he led Lin Ling and the others forward. Not long after, the group arrived outside a mountain valley. The mountain valley was filled with multicolored lights. It was beautiful, magnificent, and extremely magical. Go in. Following the Vice Dean's words, Lin Ling's group of three immediately entered the valley. After entering, a mysterious feeling spread out. Looking carefully, there were actually a large number of mirrors in the Dragon Space Valley. Moreover, they were incomparably huge mirrors. Lin Ling and the other two looked at themselves in the mirror and couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. This mirror isn't as simple as it seems. At this moment, the expert from Xianxia Hall shouted and punched a mirror in the east. Rumble! The huge mirror instantly shattered, and a dense spiritual energy spread out. Moreover, there was a mysterious wood element energy within it, as if it was the energy of the gods. Haha, this mirror is very suitable for me to train in. The expert from Xianxia Hall was overjoyed and immediately shot into the mirror. Just as he disappeared, the mirror that had been shattered earlier reappeared. In a mirror, Lin Ling could see that the expert from Xianxia Hall was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Dragon space, everything is empty. It seems like these mirrors are extraordinary. Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. The expert from Xianxia Hall beside him greeted Lin Ling, then broke a mirror and entered to cultivate. Lin Ling shook his head. Currently, he hadn't found a mirror that was suitable for him to train in. Therefore, he could only continue moving forward. As he continued to go deeper, there were more and more mirrors around him. They were of different sizes and gave one a dazzling feeling. This mirror seems to be of the fire element. Suddenly, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He punched out and broke a mirror not far away, then entered it. The mirror was filled with dense fire element spiritual energy. It was extremely ancient, as if it had been there for hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Ling quickly sat down cross-legged and frantically devoured the spiritual energy. His dantian in the space-time divine steel immediately transformed and moved towards the seventh heaven sage realm. As the spiritual energy in the mirror disappeared completely, Lin Ling's fire element dantian naturally reached the seventh heaven sage realm. My realm has finally increased. However, the other four major dantians haven't changed. It seems like I have to find a corresponding mirror. Lin Ling muttered to himself and looked around. Suddenly, he frowned. This was because he was currently in a huge mirror. However, looking at the world in the mirror, there were actually many other mirrors. Most importantly, Lin Ling sensed a familiar energy in those mirrors. It seemed that the mirror contained the energy that Lin Ling needed to break through. It seems like cultivating in the Dragon Space Valley depends a lot on luck. If I can find a mirror that suits me, my strength will naturally increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Ling was elated and wanted to punch the mirror in front of him. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Mirror in a mirror? Haha, we found a mirror in a mirror. The voice was extremely excited. Then, the mirror that Lin Ling was in was broken and three figures rushed in. Upon closer inspection, the three of them were dressed differently and seemed to be experts from different schools. However, their strength was roughly at the level of the Xianxia Hall. Lin Ling was naturally not afraid of such strength. He placed his hands behind his back and looked at the three of them calmly. It's indeed the mirror in a mirror. Haha, our luck is not bad. It's said that if you find the mirror in a mirror, you will be able to obtain the most ancient energy. Hee hee, This mirror in a mirror is simply our blessed land. The three of them became even more excited and couldn't stop smiling. This made Lin Ling feel that it was time to interrupt their complacency. I say, I found this mirror in a mirror first. Shouldn't you be talking about first come, first served? Lin Ling's voice rang out. The three of them were still laughing, but their laughter gradually subsided and they looked coldly at Lin Ling. One of them narrowed his eyes and said, I don't know which school you're from, and I'm not interested to know. I'll give you a chance now. Get out of my sight immediately. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, I won't touch you. Hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head and didn't intend to talk nonsense. The illusionary god world was activated. The entire mirror immediately turned into a world full of vitality, which made the three of them change their expressions. What kind of method was this? They couldn't see through it at all. Moreover, countless voices rang out in this world. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, I won't touch you. Get out of my sight now. When these words were spoken, the three of them flew into a rage out of humiliation and exploded with all their strength. Unfortunately, in the end, not every Shen Air Hall's champion was strong. For example, the three people in front of them couldn't compare to Tian Ao, let alone Lin Ling's opponent. Space-Time Divine Steel. Chapter 3486. Tomb of Ferocious Beasts. 4 ferocious beasts. Enough, kid, don't force me. Let me tell you, Dragon Space Valley is so big, the Academy won't even know if 1 or 2 people die. Don't force me to kill you. Kid, I'm from the Duan clan. You should know what the Duan clan represents. Kid, the three of them kept retreating and roared at the same time. Lin Ling also stopped attacking and looked at them indifferently. Duan clan. Kid, the three of them thought that Lin Ling was apprehensive of the Duan clan's identity and sneered. That's right, the Duan clan of the final world is also the oldest existence in the final world. Are you afraid? Get over here now, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Perhaps I'll spare your life. Kid, when they said this, the other two revealed a murderous look in their eyes, as if they were hiding some murderous intent. I'm really afraid of the Duan clan. Kid, however, just as they finished speaking, a 5-meter-long dragon bow appeared in Lin Ling's hand. The dragon god roared and shook the mirror world. How dare you? Kid, the three of them didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to fight back. You're right, Dragon Space Valley is so big, the Academy won't even know if 1 or 2 people die. Kid, Lin Ling muttered to himself and shot out the dragon god's arrow. Then, he turned around and walked to the mirror. He broke the mirror with a punch and entered it. Outside the mirror, countless dragon gods' arrows swept towards the three of them. The three of them couldn't escape and were directly pierced through by the arrows. When Lin Ling entered the new mirror, he immediately realized that this mirror had the great Tao of void and could actually turn into any spiritual energy. This made Lin Ling happy. In this way, he could even save royal crystals and increase his strength here. At that moment, Lin Ling sat cross-legged and the spiritual energy of the great Tao of void around him flowed into Lin Ling's body. Void, this also represented nothing. This kind of spiritual energy was extremely rare because most of the spiritual energy in heaven and earth had its own attribute. Moreover, this spiritual energy had been sealed in the mirror for hundreds of thousands of years. It was pure and rich. It could greatly reduce the martial artist's chi deviation. Moreover, after it entered the martial artist, he didn't need to refine it and could immediately use it. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a sponge, crazily absorbing the surrounding spirit chi. His second dantian quietly rumbled as he stepped into the 7th stage of the Saint Realm. Next, the 3rd dantian and the 4th dantian. Lin Ling immediately felt exhausted and could not help but roar at the sky. Only when all 5 of his dantians had broken through did he look at the spiritual energy around him. Then he took out many jade bottles and drew a boundary with both hands, sealing the spiritual energy in the jade bottles. This spiritual chi of the void could be used for the next breakthrough, or it could be given to Yu and the others. Of course, Lin Ling wanted to give it to Yu and the others. Zen, There are more mirrors in the mirror. After standing up, Lin Ling looked around. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in his heart. It was as if there was a voice telling Lin Ling to go to one of the mirrors. This surprised Lin Ling. After careful observation, he realized that the voice came from the realm-swallowing beast. Realm-swallowing beast? Lin Ling frowned. Following the realm-swallowing beast instructions, he rushed to one of the mirrors. Bang! After breaking the mirror, Lin Ling entered it. However, the realm-swallowing beast's voice sounded again. It was pointing to another mirror. Bang! Lin Ling broke the mirror again and entered it. Then, he broke more than 10 mirrors. However, the Dragon Space Valley was like a maze. The mirrors were endless. It was as if one was lost in it. Just as Lin Ling was getting impatient, the world in front of him finally changed. It was no longer a world of mirrors. Instead, it was a dark land. On this land, the sky was gloomy. Dark clouds covered the land. However, the land was dead silent. Most importantly, there was a terrifying, murderous aura. It was like a storm was sweeping in all directions. Murderous aura. This was the strongest murderous aura that Lin Ling had ever seen in his life. Looking into the distance on the dark land, a huge black stone statue sat there. This statue was extremely tall. It stood there quietly and emitted an unparalleled, murderous aura. Upon closer inspection, the statue looked like a lion. However, it had a pair of huge horns and wings. Lin Ling searched his memory, but did not seem to have any recollection of such a demonic beast. Roar! At this moment, the black stone statue moved. It looked at Lin Ling with murderous eyes. A living creature? Lin Ling's expression changed. In the blink of an eye, the monster appeared in front of him. A claw swept over. It could easily cut through 10,000 worlds. Most importantly, the terrifying, murderous aura swept over like a wave. Lin Ling had no choice but to transform into the world-swallowing beast. After transforming, the impact of the murderous aura was significantly reduced. Chaos. Seeing Lin Ling transform into the world-swallowing beast, the monster spoke in human language. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? Lin Ling transformed into the world-swallowing beast. His entire body was black as he spoke coldly. I am a Taotai, the black monster said in a low voice. This is the tomb of the ferocious beasts. Taotai? Lin Ling was shocked. The Taotai was one of the 4 most ferocious beasts in the universe. It was on the same level as the world-swallowing beast. A long time ago, Lin Ling had also fought one of the 4 most ferocious beasts in the universe. It was Xianxia. Either you die or I die. The Taotai once again pounced on Lin Ling. Its strength was extremely strong. It exceeded the power of 5,000 realms. Lin Ling suddenly retreated. He immediately activated his talent fusion transformation. He did not transform into a giant monster. Instead, he transformed into an ordinary human. That was because he wanted to borrow the power of the tyrannical song sword. He used all his techniques. For a moment, he blocked the Taotia's attacks. However, this cannot go on. He, Lin Ling, would lose sooner or later. There were 4 most ferocious beasts in the universe. One mountain could not hide 2 tigers. It was no wonder that the Taotai wanted to kill him. The Taotai muttered to itself as it fought. How strange. He is clearly a human, but he can obtain the body of chaos. Furthermore, it is extremely pure. You should know that chaos is immortal. How can an ordinary person kill it? Where did this guy get the world-swallowing beast? It could see that the chaos in front of it had not returned to its ultimate form. If it could devour the world-swallowing beast, it would be greatly beneficial to it. But Lin Ling's situation was getting worse and worse. His various powerful means simply could not hold on for so long. This caused his body to be continuously devoured as time passed. This made the Taotai extremely excited. It knew that devouring chaos was only a matter of time. Chapter 3487. Increase in Strength. Suddenly, Lin Ling looked at the vast land and realized that there were many corpses of ferocious beasts. This was indeed the tomb of the ferocious beasts. Chaos, chaos, devours everything. All this time, I've been relying on the powerful physical strength of chaos to fight my enemies, but I've never discovered the true characteristics of chaos. Lin Ling had no way out. Since he could not escape death, he might as well fight to the death. Then, Lin Ling gave up resisting and allowed Cao Tai to devour him. Destroy and rebuild. Lin Ling took a gamble. He was betting that the realm-swallowing beast was immortal, especially in a world filled with ferocious beasts. He could use the ferocious beasts to revive. Roar! The giant Cao Tai tore at Lin Ling and swallowed pieces of Lin Ling's flesh. Lin Ling's body was also covered in blood. Roar! Cao Tai became even more excited. It opened its mouth and tore off another piece of Lin Ling's flesh. Gradually, Lin Ling began to disappear. He had been devoured alive by Cao Tai. After devouring Lin Ling, Cao Tai roared at the sky. Its body became even bigger, and its strength reached the power of 7,000 worlds. It was terrifying. However, just as it was about to leave, something strange happened. The surrounding ferocious beasts rolled like a tide and turned into a large patch of dark clouds. Chaos. Looking at the dark clouds formed by the ferocious beasts, Cao Tai's expression changed. In the legends, chaos represented an immortal body. Now, it finally experienced it for itself. Moreover, the one who triggered the characteristics of chaos was a human. In the sky, the dark clouds began to wriggle. A young man with a pitch-black body appeared. He was Lin Ling. However, he was covered in blood and seemed to have suffered serious injuries. The surrounding ferocious beasts were also frantically healing his body. The tomb of the ferocious beasts is indeed the place where chaos is revived. Destruction sometimes represents rebirth. Lin Ling stood quietly in the sky, his long hair fluttering in the wind as he muttered to himself. Earlier, he was actually gambling as well. Fortunately, he made the right bet. The realm-swallowing beast had an immortal and indestructible body. In a world with a murderous aura, it could indeed be revived. Unfortunately, there were very few such murderous auras in the world. If Lin Ling wanted to revive in the outside world, the only thing he could do was to create his own ominous aura. What a strong murderous aura! My realm-swallowing beast talent has reached the second-grade ultimate desolate body. After that, Lin Ling continuously sensed the changes in his body, and the corner of his mouth revealed an excited smile. He looked at Cao Tai and said indifferently, "Are you still coming?" Although he was still no match for the Cao Tai, in this world, he was immortal and indestructible. It was impossible for the Cao Tai to destroy him. Forget it, forget it. It's been a long time since I've seen an orthodox chaos. We're all four great, ferocious beings. If we were to kill each other, it would only benefit others. You should leave. The Cao Tai looked at Lin Ling indifferently, shook its head, and said, if Lin Ling was only a realm-swallowing beast, it would definitely not let Lin Ling go. However, Lin Ling had used the murderous aura to enhance his talent and had become a chaos. He was also a rare being in the universe like the Cao Tai. Therefore, it did not want to exterminate him. Hearing the Tao Ye's words, Lin Ling was a little surprised, but he still nodded. At this moment, a mysterious force enveloped his body and brought Lin Ling away from this murderous aura world. Sensing this, Lin Ling quickly returned to his human form. By the time he reacted, he had already appeared in the back mountain of the Snow Wind Academy. The vice president and the others were looking at Lin Ling in shock. This was because Lin Ling was covered in blood and seemed to have suffered serious injuries. Lin Ling, are you all right? Yes. The vice president hurriedly asked. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. It's just some minor injuries. It's all right. Compared to the injuries on his body, Lin Ling was more concerned about the enhancement of the realm-swallowing beast talent. As long as the murderous aura was not reduced, he, Lin Ling, would not die. In the 9 prefectures, Only a late-stage martial ancestor could annihilate Lin Ling's murderous aura. I'll recuperate here for a moment. Lin Ling looked at the vice president and said. The vice president immediately nodded and took out a precious elixir and handed it to Lin Ling. He sensed that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, but the torture he had suffered in the Dragon Space Valley seemed to be not small. While Lin Ling was recuperating, several figures stood quietly at the gate of the Snow Wind City. They looked into the distance as if they were waiting for someone. Damn, Lin Ling actually became the #1 in the Shun Air Hall. After waiting for a moment, a man suddenly said coldly. He was Yi Yiming. Beside him was a man in his 40s. His face was ugly as he said coldly, I don't know where this Lin Ling learned some unorthodox skills. Even Tian Ao is not his match. This is beyond my expectations. Teacher Zhou Lin, you are the messenger of God. Are you going to let Lin Ling shit on our heads? Yes, although Lin Ling has some skills, there are many people in the world who are stronger than him. What right does he have to humiliate Teacher Zhou Lin? The others spoke one after another, with Yi Yiming leading the group. Obviously, Lin Ling had knocked him unconscious twice. This had made him too ashamed to face anyone in the Snow Wind Academy. He had always wanted to take revenge for this humiliation. Teacher Zhou Lin was originally a little afraid of Lin Ling. However, the unreconciled words of the students caused the fear in his heart to disappear quietly. Towards Lin Ling, the resentment in his heart had obviously surpassed the fear of Lin Ling. Moreover, he guessed that the reason why the Snow Wind Academy valued Lin Ling was because Lin Ling was the #1 in the Shun Air Hall. However, in the final world, strength sometimes did not rule everything. Unless you had the strength to sweep away all the strong people in the final world. So relationships were also the most important in the final world. Lin Ling was a country bumpkin from the 9 states. What kind of relationship could he have in the final world? After receiving Lord Fu, I will slowly think of a way to deal with Lin Ling. It would be best to cripple him. Without strength, the Snow Wind Academy would not put him in their eyes. Teacher Zhou Lin said fiercely. His words made Yi Yiming and the others happy. Teacher Zhou Lin was the messenger of God. He knew many strong people. He definitely had a way to cripple Lin Ling. They're here. At this time, Zhou Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a huge white crane flying over from the distant horizon. There were several people standing on the white crane. They were in high spirits, and their strength was extraordinary. City Lord Fu, Yi Yiming, and the others were also happy. Speaking of which, City Lord Fu was also the city lord of a main city. He had a good relationship with Teacher Zhou Lin. Today, they wanted to take a walk around Snow Wind City, so they let Zhou Lin be their tour guide. Teacher Zhou Lin, after our parting, I have a whole new level of respect for you today. Not long after, the huge white crane landed on the ground. A man in the lead waved his hand, and the white crane immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his robe. You flatter me, but Lord Fu has been rising steadily. I'm afraid he has already had the opportunity to meet a god. Chapter 3488. Bandits. Huh. Lord Fu laughed. However, he did not pretend to be an expert in front of Zhou Lin. After all, Zhou Lin was a teacher of the academy and a messenger of God. He had great potential in the future. I'll be the host and show Lord Fu around Snow City. Next, Zhou Lin brought Lord Fu and the others into Snow City to entertain Lord Fu. Lord Fu was the governor of a main city. He had come to Snow City to visit Xianxia. However, he did not have a good relationship with Xianxia, so he did not bother to visit him. As time passed, Master Zhou Lin also took Lord Fu around the entire snow-blowing city. This made Lord Fu's mood very good. Judging from the management of snow-blowing city, Lord Fu's main city still has a lot to learn. Wait, they just passed through a street when Lord Fu suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his brows were tightly knit together. He glanced at the courtyards on both sides of the street. Suddenly, his eyes fell on one of the courtyards. After examining it carefully, his expression changed drastically. Spiritual marrow. He did not expect Snow City to have spiritual marrow. Lord Fu's eyes flickered. Ordinary people did not know what spiritual marrow was, but he had read about it in ancient books. He knew that spiritual marrow could speed up the growth of one's talent. Then, he pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. He immediately saw the ancient boundary array in the courtyard. This made him realize that the owner of the courtyard also knew about spiritual marrow and was using it to his advantage. Lord Fu, what are you doing? Zhou Lin, who was next to him, was confused. Master Zhou Lin, there's something I need in this courtyard. I want to buy it. I wonder if you can do it for me? Of course, if you can buy it, I will pay you handsomely. Lord Fu looked at Zhou Lin and said, this courtyard had an ancient spirit formation, and the might of the spirit marrow had been excavated. It had saved him a lot of effort. How could he not buy such a precious land? Zhou Lin was stunned. Then, he smiled faintly and said, Lord Fu, you have found the right person. In Snow City, there is nothing that I, Zhou Lin, cannot do. That's great. Lord Fu was overjoyed. At this moment, several figures walked out of the hall of the courtyard. There was an old man, a young man, and a little girl. They frowned at the group of uninvited guests. Who are you? Why did you barge into our courtyard? That afterimage immediately said indifferently. It's you. Zhou Lin, Yi Yiming, and the others clearly recognized the afterimage. They never thought that this courtyard was actually Lin Ling's. All of you, get out of the courtyard. That Yi Yiming immediately hooted loudly. Originally, he hadn't been able to find a way to deal with Lin Ling, but now he did. With Lord Fu's appearance, how could a mere Lin Ling resist? We were the ones who bought this courtyard. Why do we have to scram? Qin Jian frowned and said immediately, you bought it? Who knows if you stole it or not? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Zhou Lin also laughed sinisterly. Hearing this, Xiao Yu and the others became anxious. This courtyard had been modified by Big Brother Lin Ling and set up a large number of enchantments. These guys wanted to snatch it away with just a few words. Scram. Seeing that they were stubbornly refusing to leave, Lord Fu took a step forward. A tyrannical aura immediately spread out and swept toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's tender little face was immediately slapped, and her small body rushed out of the courtyard. Xiao Yu, Dou Xian, and the others hurriedly rushed out of the courtyard. When they saw the clear palm print on Xiao Yu's little face, they immediately felt heartache. However, although Xiao Yu's little face was stinging, she was still very strong. She bit her lips tightly and did not say a word. Let's go and find Lord Fu. Dou Xian immediately carried Xiao Yu on his back and walked towards Snow Wind Academy. Originally, with Lin Ling's status in Snow Wind City, it was impossible for Lord Fu to snatch the courtyard. However, Lin Ling did not want to attract too much attention, so he withdrew the people around the courtyard. This caused Lord Fu and the others to be so arrogant. Not bad at all. Haha, you've actually set up so many spirit formations. It really saved me a lot of effort. Moreover, the materials needed to set up the spirit formations must be priceless. At this moment, Lord Fu was walking around the courtyard. He was constantly looking around, and the smile on his face became even more brilliant. To him, this was simply a pleasant surprise. Who is the owner of this courtyard? Lord Fu asked again. He's only a junior, the number 1 of the gods' second hall of the Snow Wind Academy. Although he has some ability, he can't compare to Lord Fu. Zhou Lin immediately flattered. Lord Fu was completely relieved. He was the city lord, and the owner of the courtyard was only the number 1 of the gods' second hall. There was simply no comparison. Presumably, as long as he went to the Snow Wind Academy to ask for the person, the Snow Wind Academy's headmaster would not stop him. Afterwards, they set up the courtyard again. During the process of setting up the courtyard, laughter was unceasing. They were completely unaware that a great disaster was about to befall them. At this moment, in the Snow Wind Academy, after Lin Ling recovered from his injuries, he immediately left the Snow Wind Academy and walked in the direction of the courtyard. However, just as he walked out of the Snow Wind Academy, Lin Ling immediately saw several familiar figures running over. This caused Lin Ling to be overjoyed because it was Xiao Yu and the others. However, just as he was about to greet them, he immediately discovered that something was wrong with Xiao Yu and the others. There was a clear palm print on Xiao Yu's face. Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with tears, but she endured it and did not cry. Lin Ling's expression immediately became ugly. Xiao Yu was so innocent and naive. Someone actually dared to do such a thing to her? Young master, please convict us. After Dou Kening rushed over to Lin Ling, he immediately knelt down on one knee and reported what had happened earlier. Hearing that, Lin Ling was enraged. It was as if a volcano had erupted in his heart. He did not blame Dou Kening for this matter, because that group of people were clearly not people that Dou Kening and the others could stop. He did not expect that teacher Zhou Lin was also involved in this matter. They had robbed his courtyard and reaped the benefits of being a fisherman. Now, they even dared to hit Xiao Yu. Moreover, this was only Snow Wind City. If it was any other place, those bandits would most likely kill people. Let's go back, Lin Ling coldly shouted. He looked at Dou Kening and said, Old Dou, you go and inform the city lord. I want to see if those guys can fly around here. Okay. Dou Kening nodded excitedly and quickly left. Lin Ling held Xiao Yu's hand and walked towards the direction of the courtyard step by step. With his footsteps, murderous and ominous aura filled the air like thunder.